Members of council, if I can please have you take your seats. This meeting is now resumed. Before the recess, council was debating item EX 35.26 on the operating variance. We will return to that item after we do the member motion run-through. Before we consider the run-through of member motions, I will take the release of member Holtz. Councillor Mihevc.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. At the top of page 9, CC 43.15, request for direction on local planning appeal tribunal appeals of official plan amendment 320, healthy neighborhoods and apartment neighborhood policies. I think Councillor, I understand Councillor Davis is, okay.
Are you releasing it?
I understand someone else wants to continue to hold.
Okay, so you'll continue holding it?
I'll talk to the
Okay.
councillor.
Councillor Holyday?
Thank you. I'm going to struggle to find the item, but it is regarding Commissioner Street, and it is a TE item. It's a TE, Toronto and East York item, and it's regarding parking spaces. Thank you. If somebody could help me here with page 7. Do you have the item number? 42. Item number 42. I'm prepared to release that. I got my questions answered. No.
Okay, so this is on page 70, 33.42. Councillor Holyday is releasing.
Could I just get... No, it's not the right one. My colleagues are having some fun with me here. And no, we're not. It is TE 33.50, the following item. Residential on-street electric vehicle charging stations, parking amendments, non-delegated location. And thank the staff for getting some questions answered.
Okay, so on page 7, T 33.50, Councillor Holyday is releasing. Recorded vote.
Councillor Shan, please.
Councillor Mammoliti, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Holland, please. And Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perks, please.
How stupid is this? The province moves in a different direction now, and we want more stations.
Councillor Bailao, please.
Councillor Crawford and Councillor Robinson, thank you.
The item is adopted 37-1.
Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page 4, EY 35.40, capacity improvements on the bus and subway service. I can release that.
On page 4, EX 35.40, Councillor Grimes is releasing. On favor?
Page 4.
Page 4, EX 35.40, capacity improvements on bus and subway services.
Any recorded vote, please?
Okay. Recorded vote.
Councillor Shan, please.
Councillor DeBaremaker, Councillor Fillion, please. And Councillor Crawford, thank you. Councillor DeBaremaker, thank you.
The item is adopted 37-1.
Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 7, top of page, EY 31.46, endorsement of events for liquor licensing purposes. I have a motion to add.
Okay, this is on page 7, EY 31.46.
A temporary liquor license extension for the ice cream. Hold that? Oh,
Who's asking for it to be held?
ice cream and liquor.
Oh, okay.
And Madam Speaker, yes. Let it go? Councillor Ford's fine. I'm just adding the temporary liquor license extension for the ice cream. This is for Tobacco.
I know, but there's a one for.
Okay, so on the top of page 7,
Tobacco. This is for Tobacco.
EY 31.46, the amendments on the screen. Councillor Mihevik?
Just trying to help. I think the Councillor Ford will want to hold that, not this particular piece, but the item you want to hold until we resolve it. You don't? That one's fine. Okay, but we're voting on the whole thing then. Okay?
Okay. So
All right, so on the amendment, on favor? Carried. Item is amended, on favor? Carried. Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Thompson.
Councillor Mammoliti and Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Mammoliti and Councillor Crisanti, please. Thank you.
The item as amended is adopted unanimously, 38 in favor.
Is that it? I'm sorry, just a sec. Yes?
would this be an appropriate time to add add a motion for steam whistle? Is that the appropriate time to add that to the agenda?
We'll be at the end, Councillor
Okay.
Grimes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page, I don't know. It's Executive Committee, it's the St. Hilda's item.
It's on page 4.
Yeah, page 4, item 23. EX 35.23, status report update on St. Hilda's Towers Seniors Housing. I'd like to release that and ask for a recorded vote.
Okay, that's on page 4, top of page 4, EX 35.23. Recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor Davis.
Councillor Mammoliti.
Councillor Sow, when you're seated, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 39 in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis.
Yes, Madam Speaker, on page 7, TE 33.1, permanent closure of the public lane known as Rodeja Lane, abutting south limit. I'm releasing that.
Okay, on page 7, T 33.1. Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Doucette. Councillor Cole, if you could take your seat, thank you. Councillor Bailao.
Councillor Mammoliti, please. Councillor Palacio, please.
The item is adopted 38-1.
Councillor Ainsley.
Madam Speaker, I can release and move the recommendations on GM 28.2 annual update on
What
OMERS
page, please?
as it relates to the city's employer contributions. Page 5. GM 28.2.
Okay. So on page 5, GM 28.2, Councillor Ainsley is releasing. Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Karygiannis.
Councillor Crawford, Councillor Mihevc, and Councillor Mamalidi, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 39 in favor.
Councillor Ajamari?
What am I releasing?
I don't know, your name's there.
Oh, here it is. Page 7, NY 31.25, liquor licensing.
Okay, you're releasing?
No, it has nothing to do with Downsview.
Do you have an
Temporary
amendment?
liquor license extension for the Civic Holiday Brunch event to be held at the Latvian Canadian Community Centre for credit. There it is up on the screen.
Okay, on page 7, NY 3125, the amendment's on the screen. On favor? Carried. Item is amended.
Thank you.
On favor? Carried. Councillor De Beermaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 5 of the blue sheets under Licensing and Standards Committee, if no one else has questions, I'm happy to release LS 26.2, extension for stationary food trucks.
Okay, on page 5, LS 26. Hold? Okay.
So I'll keep holding it then.
Okay. Okay, so we also have number of urgent motions to be added to the agenda. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an urgent matter because the TLAB hearing is coming up, and we're asking that City Legal defend the position of city staff and the community.
Okay. On favor? Carried. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, the reason for the urgency is that the Carlton Village Public School, they are doing a major fundraiser to get some computers, and this is a neighborhood improvement area. And they want to have the computers for September.
Okay.
Thank you.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Fragadakis.
Oh, yes. To introduce a motion so we can have representation at the TLAB, and the hearing is imminent.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Bailao.
Thank you so much. I do have a motion to introduce. It's with regards to Leslie Nymark, which is in Councillor Tsaw's ward, but we started dealing with it when Councillor Tsaw was not here yet, and so it's been seconded by him, and it's urgent because we need to have this issue resolved as the development is underway.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a technical amendment provided by staff. It's urgent in order to finalize the zoning by this summer.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regards to Steam Whistle Brewery and their new facility in my ward, it allows them to get to the Alcohol and Gaming Commission so they can serve alcohol in their new facility.
On favor? Carried. Okay, so that's it for now. Yeah, they'll be circulated in a while. Okay, we're going to go through the members' motions now. MM 43.1. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. All right. MM 43.2. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor DeGiorgio, please.
Councillor Robinson, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 39-2.
So you wanted a recorded vote on the item too, Councillor Mamalidi? On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Robinson, please.
The item is adopted 39-2.
MM 43.3. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Recorded. So you want a recorded vote on all of them?
Councillor DeGiorgio, please. Councillor Carmichael Greb. Councillor Davis.
Councillor Ainsley, please. Thank you. Councillor DiCiano.
Councillor Pasternak, please.
The motion to waive referral carries unanimously, 41 in favor.
On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Crawford, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Fillion, please. Councillor Cole.
Councillor Layton, Councillor Carmichael Greb, thank you.
The item is adopted, 40 to 1.
MM 43.4. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral, recorded vote.
Councillor Holland, thank you.
The motion to waive referral carries 37 to 4.
Councillor Holiday, did you say you wanted to hold it? Okay, Councillor Holiday. MM 43.5. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral, recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, please. Councillor McMahon. Councillor Matlow. Councillor Karygiannis, thank you.
Councillor Fillion, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 39 to 2.
I'm sorry, Councillor Robinson?
Could I hold that item?
Yes. MM 43.6. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item MM 34.23. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decisions remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening, recorded vote.
Councillor Cole and Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Thompson.
Councillor Cole, please.
The motion to reopen carries 39 to 2.
Councillor Mammoliti would like to hold. MM 43.7. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral, recorded vote.
Councillor DeGiorgio, please. Councillor DeGiorgio, your vote, please.
Councillor Filion, thank you. Councillor Mihevik and Councillor DiCiano, please.
The motion to waive referral carries unanimously, 41 in favor.
On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Holland and Councillor Ainsley, please.
Councillor Layton, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Davis,
The item is adopted unanimously, 41 in favor.
Amendment 43.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Matlow,
The motion to waive referral carries 36 to 5.
Pardon? Oh, did you? Yes. So Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong. Yes, he is. MN 43.9. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral, recorded vote.
Councillor DiCiano, please.
Councillor Thompson, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 39 to 2.
On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor DeGiorgio. Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Pasternak.
Councillor
Councillor
Robinson.
Davis.
Councillor Robinson, please.
Councillor Bailao. Councillor Shiner, when you're seated.
Councillor Robinson, please. Thank you.
The item is adopted 40 to 2.
Amendment 4310. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Kelly.
Councillor Crisanti, please, and Councillor DiCiano, please.
Councillor Thompson.
The motion to waive referral carries 36-5.
MM 4311. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Wong Tam.
Hey, Joe, ask her what her dreams are.
Councillor Mihevik and Councillor Filion, please.
That's why she's retiring. She
Count-
can't be around you anymore.
The motion to waive referral carries unanimously, 41 in favor.
On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
Councillor Holland, thank you. Councillor Cole, Councillor Filion, and Councillor Mihevik, thank you.
Councillor Matlow.
The item is adopted unanimously, 41 in favor.
MM 4312. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Parks and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor McMahon, Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Matlow, Councillor Davis.
Councillor Robinson, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 40-1.
On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Layton, Councillor Davis,
Councillor Robinson.
Karygiannis, Councillor Karygiannis, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 41 in favor.
MM 4313. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor Pasternak, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 39-2.
MM 4314. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor DeBaremaker, please. Councillor Cole. Councillor Holland, please.
Councillor Pasternak, can you stay on the floor, please?
The motion to waive referral carries 27-10.
Hold, Mamalidi. Okay. MM 4315. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Community Development and Recreation Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral, recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Thompson.
Councillor Crisanti. Councillor DiCiano, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 37-3.
MM 4317. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
Councillor Mihevc. Councillor DiCiano. Councillor Troisi.
Councillor Shiner, please.
Councillor DiCiano, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 38-2.
On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Shiner, and Councillor Matlow, please.
Councillor Campbell, Councillor DiCiano, please. Councillor Campbell, please.
Councillor Shiner, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please. Councillor Thompson and Councillor Karygiannis.
The item is adopted unanimously, 40 in favor.
MM 4317. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor Ford, please. Councillor Fragedakis and Councillor Robinson, please.
Councillor Kelly, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 40-1.
On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Davis, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Karygiannis and Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor Matlow, your vote, please.
The item is adopted 41-1.
MM 4318. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher and Councillor DiCiano, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 30-12.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong wants to hold it. MM 4319. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Communication MM 43.191 has been submitted on this item. Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor Layton, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please. And Councillor Vagadakis. And Councillor DiCiano, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 37-4.
Who said that? Okay. Councillor Holiday. I heard Councillor Holiday. MM 4320. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote on the referral.
Councillor Davis, please.
Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Robinson, and Councillor DiCiano, please.
Councillor Davis, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 40-2.
Okay, on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, please.
Councillor Robinson, Councillor Fillion, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 41 in favor.
MM 4321. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Community Development and Recreation Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor Ford, please. Councillor Cressy.
Councillor Shiner, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 36-6.
On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Fillion. Thank you.
Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor Thompson.
The item is adopted 40-2.
Okay, MM 4322, Councillor Perruzza has advised me that he would like to withdraw that motion. So and he'll be presenting a supplementary motion later. So recorded vote to withdraw. All in favor? Carried. MM 4323. He will be presenting another one later on. MM 4323. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral, recorded vote.
Councillor McMahon, Councillor Layton, Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Davis.
Councillor Mihevc and Councillor Mamalidi, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 35-7.
Councillor, I heard Councillor Kristen Wong-Tam. MM 4324. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral, recorded vote.
Councillor Davis, please.
Councillor Holland, Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Cole, and Councillor Fragadakis, please. Thank you.
The motion to waive referral carries unanimously 42 in favor.
On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Mamalidi, please. Councillor Palacio, Councillor Holland. Thank you. Councillor Palacio, thank you. Councillor Mamalidi, please.
It's on your screen.
The motion carries unanimously 42 in favor.
MM 4325. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Robinson, please.
The motion to waive referral carries unanimously 42 in favor.
On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Perks, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor McMahon.
The item is adopted unanimously, 42 in favor.
MM 4326. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor Crawford, thank you. And Councillor Crisanti, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 31 to 11.
Councillor Holliday would like to hold. MM 4327. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral, recorded vote.
Councillor Campbell, please. Councillor Holland, thank you. Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Mihevc, and Councillor DiCiano, please. Councillor Crisanti, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 41 to 1.
Hold, Mamalidi. MM 4328. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral, recorded vote.
Councillor Pasternak, please.
Councillor De Bearmaker, Councillor Crisanti, and Councillor Robinson, please. Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Pasternak, please. Councillor Pasternak, your vote, please.
The motion to waive referral carries unanimously, 42 in favor.
On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Crawford, please. Councillor Cole, thank you.
Councillor Shiner, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 42 in favor.
Okay, just one sec. I'm sorry, which one is it?
On the waiving of the referral, item number 26, I want to correct my vote on that. I made a mistake.
The item's been held.
Does it change the
On the waiving of the referral. Did we not vote on that?
Yeah, yeah, we did. We took a recorded vote on waiving referral.
Does it matter?
No.
It matters to Vince.
Okay, first of all, they have to figure out if it's going to change the outcome. Councilor Grisanti will get back to
Let
you
me know.
on that. All right?
It's not going to change the outcome.
Okay, where was I now? Marilyn, where was I? On what item? This has been the longest procedure. Like, I don't know how many votes we have. I know. MM 4329, notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote to waive referral.
So what are we supposed to do?
Councillor Robinson, please. Councillor Mihevc. Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Palacio and Councillor Mammoliti, please.
Councillor Sao, please.
The motion to waive referral carries unanimously, 42 in favor.
Wasn't that on the item? Oh, on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Fillion, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 42 in favor.
MM 4330. Notice if this motion has not been given, a 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Community Development and Recreation Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Councillor Holliday?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to raise a point of order on this item. And if you could make a determination. The recommendations before us, and I'm deliberately raising this before we waive notice, the recommendations before us is that City Council adopt and implement the coroner's jury recommendations. That information isn't attached to this in any way. There's a newspaper article and a press release, and I even undertook the diligence of trying to find those recommendations, and I wasn't able even to do that in the time given. So I wondered if this item is in order because we would be creating a policy without the information to understand what it is that we're doing.
Good point. One of the things we don't understand all the time. Unfortunately, we do.
So what we can do is we can introduce it and then hold it down until we get the report.
May I speak to the introduction?
Pardon?
May I speak to the introduction?
Yeah. No, but he wants to speak on introducing it. We've never, yeah. So why don't you wait until we introduce it and then you can speak on it, Councillor Holliday.
Thank you.
Okay, so a 2/3 vote is required to waive notice, so recorded vote. A 2/3 vote, yes. Yes, to waive notice. It's a 2/3 vote to waive notice.
Counselor Crisanti, please. Counselor Fletcher. Counselor Cole.
Counselor Perks, please.
Counselor DiCiano, please.
Counselor Davis.
The motion to waive notice carries 33 to 9.
Okay, recorded vote to waive referral. No, you can speak once we introduce it, Councillor Holliday. Recorded vote. And we'll hold the item down under your name, Councillor Holliday.
Counselor Robinson, please. Counselor Mihevik. Counselor Fletcher.
You can speak on it once it gets introduced. Yeah.
Yes. Counselor Kelly, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 28 to 14.
Okay, so Councillor Holliday, you'll hold, I'll put it down in your name. MM 4331. Notice if this motion has not been given, a 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the Chair. So, recorded vote to waive notice.
Counselor Holland, please.
The motion to waive notice carries unanimously 42 in favor.
On the item, recorded vote. Oh, yes, recorded vote to waive referral.
Counselor Wong Tam, please. Counselor Layton.
Counselor Holland and Counselor DiCiano, please.
The motion to waive referral carries unanimously 42 in favor.
On the item, recorded vote.
Counselor Fillion, please. Counselor Fletcher. Counselor Mamalidi, please. Thank you.
Counselor Layton. Counselor Wong Tam. Counselor Karagianis, please.
The item is adopted unanimously 42 in favor.
MM 4332. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. Recorded vote to waive notice.
Councillor Mihevc, please. Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Crisanti, and Councillor Mamalidi, please.
Councillor Kelly, Councillor Layton, Councillor Wong Tam, and Councillor Davis, please.
The motion to waive notice carries 39-3.
Recorded vote to waive referral. Councillor Mamalidi, do you still want recorded votes on all these? Yeah, but this is too much.
Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Karagianis, please.
Councillor Cressy, please. Councillor De Bearmaker, and Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Crisanti, please.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 38-3.
Okay, on the item, recorded vote. Who said that? Councillor Fillion? Okay. MM 4333. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. Recorded vote to waive notice.
Councillor Fillion and Councillor Mihevc, please.
Huh?
Okay. On 34.
The motion to waive notice carries unanimously 40 in favor.
All in favor of waiving referral, recorded vote.
Councillor DeGiorgio, please. Councillor Matlow.
The motion to waive referral carries unanimously 41 in favor.
On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Davis, and Councillor Matlow.
Councillor Mihevc, thank you.
The item is adopted unanimously, 41 in favor.
Councillor De Beermaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I neglected earlier in this meeting, oversight on my part, to declare an interest on MM 43.34, 59 Cleta Drive for the appeal. My mother lives on that street.
Okay. Recorded vote to waive notice. Oh, sorry, MM 4334, notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. Recorded vote to waive notice.
Councillor Davis. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Councillor DiCiano, please.
The motion to waive notice carries unanimously, 41 in favor.
Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor McMahon, Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor Holland, please, and Councillor DiCiano, please.
The motion to waive referral carries unanimously, 42 in favor.
On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Cressy, Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Mamalidi, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 42 in favor.
MM 4335. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. Pardon? Did I hear somebody say something? On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Mamalidi, please.
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
The item is adopted 41 to 1.
MM 4336. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is subject to reopening of item T 27.2. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. Recorded vote to reopen.
Counselor Robinson, please. Counselor Filion. Counselor Mamalidi, please.
Counselor Wong Tam.
The motion to reopen carries unanimously, 42 in favor.
On the item, recorded vote.
Counselor McMahon, Counselor Layton. Counselor Tsao, please.
Counselor Mamalidi, Counselor Campbell, and Counselor Ainsley, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 42 in favor.
MM 4337. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, recorded vote.
Counselor Perks, please. Counselor Layton. Counselor Shiner.
Counselor Mamalidi, Counselor Holiday, and Counselor Palacio, please.
The item is adopted 41 to 1.
MM 4338. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda is before council for debate. On the item, recorded vote.
Counselor Perks and Counselor Kelly.
Counselor Mamalidi, Counselor Crisanti, and Counselor Crawford, please.
Counselor Wong Tam.
The item is adopted 42 to 1.
MM 4339. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, recorded vote.
Counselor DeBaremaker, please. Counselor Filion.
Counselor Layton. Counselor Shiner and Counselor Carmichael Greb, please. Counselor
I don't know why Counselor Campbell doesn't punch you there.
Counselor Thompson.
He just said that the members' motions are taking too long. That's what he said.
The item is adopted unanimously, 43 in favor.
MM 4340. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor DeGiorgio.
Councillor Holland and Councillor De Bearmaker, please.
Councillor Shiner, thank you.
The item is adopted unanimously, 43 in favor.
MM 4341. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor DeGiorgio, please.
Mayor Tory, please. Councillor Mamalidi and Councillor Fragadakis, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 43 in favor.
MM 4342. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Grimes, Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Mamalidi.
Wong-Tam.
Councillor Mamalidi, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 43 in favor.
MM 4343. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is subject to reopening of item T 27.2. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. Recorded vote to reopen the item.
Councillor Mamalidi, please. Councillor Mihevc, please.
Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Perks, and Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Kelly. Councillor Kelly, your vote, please. Councillor Thompson, please.
The motion to reopen carries unanimously, 43 in favor.
Okay, on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor DiCiano, please. Councillor Troisi, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Fillion.
Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Wong-Tam. Councillor Davis. Councillor Perks, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 43 in favor.
Okay, so now if we can go back to the request that Councillor Crisanti made on members' motion MM 4326, if we can just check that vote. Okay, Councillor Crescenty. The only thing we can do on that item, hello, Councillor Crescenty? Yes, is to move that we reopen the referral. Yeah. Okay, so Councillor Crescenty is moving to reopen the referral vote. Okay, the first vote is to consider the vote. Reconsider the vote. Recorded vote. To reconsider the vote, yes. To reconsider, we're voting to reconsider the vote.
It is a vote to reopen the vote to waive referral.
Councillor DeGiorgio, please. Councillor Wong Tam, we need your vote, please.
The motion to reopen carries 39-1.
Now we're going to take a vote to waive referral. Recorded vote. But people should be remaining in their seats when we know we're going through the members' motions.
Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor Layton. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Palacio, we're in the middle of a vote.
No, I mean, do you have everybody?
Well,
the motion to waive referral carries 27-13.
Okay, so it's being held by Councillor Holiday. Okay, so we'll go back to this morning's debate. Yeah.
EX 3526 on page 4.
Oh, yeah.
The operating budget.
Yeah. So on page 4, EX 3526, if we can put the speakers list up. Okay, there we are. So, Councillor Robinson to speak.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Mamalady and I had talked about switching, and we mentioned that to you before lunch, so...
But I thought it was after lunch that you wanted to switch. Okay.
I think he just like, I'll speak after him.
Okay, thank you.
Confusing.
Then take yourself off the list, Councillor Robinson.
I'd like to go next after him. I can't? Then I'm going to speak now.
No. Councillor Robinson, can you please?
Speak after Councillor Robinson every time.
Okay, so I've got a motion, if the clerks would kindly put it on the screen. And firstly, I would like to thank the mayor and the budget chief for adding another, significant investment into Vision Zero Toronto, our road safety plan, which we all approved and supported in 2016. I think we have to find very tactical ways to address this issue in our city, which all of us feel heartbroken about every time we lose a life on the streets of Toronto. And if you look at the 5 E's of Vision Zero, which are a global, really, approach to Vision Zero, it's engagement, engineering, education, evaluation, and the last is enforcement. So what I'm asking transportation staff to do, in collaboration with all their partners and stakeholders, is to really, I think, look at ways to shift behavior. And of all the countermeasures we have implemented as a city, and there's many of them if you go to our website, over 50 in fact, the two most effective approaches are these two things: the red light cameras and the automated speed enforcement, which we're planning to put into school zones / community safety zones, which we lifted the moratorium on last month. So I'm asking transportation staff to go back, to do some homework on this, and to double the red light cameras and double the automated speed enforcement in conjunction with the 2019 budget process, as well as accelerate the entire program, whether it's traffic calming measures, safety improvements, street design interventions. All of that needs to be reviewed and looked at through the upcoming year and assessed on what that would cost and the staff required to implement that. So I hope you'll support this motion, and as you can see, item 2 is to bring it back to Public Works in January of 2019 with details of how we would address road safety measures as noted above. So that's really our plan. And again, if you go to the Vision Zero website and look at the work that has been done, it's very impressive. It's covered in dots, which it shows throughout the whole city what transportation have focused on, really the hot spots, the trouble spots. And as you know, through the questions period, we asked that it had been accelerated in 2016, even though the plan didn't start till 2017. Then it was accelerated in 2017, and again in 2018. So I was disappointed when I saw Councillor Layton tweet about the fact that many of us did not vote for an acceleration that Councillor Wong Tam had put forward, because I felt like that was really misleading the public. And what I'm saying is, staff told us at that time, the motion that he put up on Twitter, that they could not do the program in only 2 years. So the motion was to take a plan that was mapped out for 5 and basically make it happen in 2 years. And staff said, we cannot do that. That is not feasible. That is not possible. So we voted against that because we did not want to mislead the public. But what we did do shortly after that is we found a way to accelerate the plan, and with the support of the budget chief, we found some money to do it. And that's the right way to do things and to get things actually done that's real. I would love to, if I had time, read an editorial, but I don't have time, from 3 researchers in the city who have written about this program and talked about other cities and how long it's taken them to implement it, that it's a long-term plan and it takes time, and staff are working very hard. I also want to just pay a credit to Public Health, the TDSB, and the Toronto Police Services, who have helped us, really key architects of this plan, along with many other stakeholders who have been part of this, whether it's the CNIB, Arrive Alive, TCAT. All these organizations have been involved in developing this plan and have been supporting us all the way along. So all of that is great, and the other thing is I just want to make mention that if you looked in a former report, you would see that it's not just this amount. We've actually spent, if you total all the money up that we're spending on safety-related benefits from transportation, it's well over $20 million. So we've got this new injection. It's very exciting. I hope you'll support my motion so we continue to move this program forward. It's very important for the residents of our city and for vulnerable road users.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Robinson. We have questions of the mover. First up the question is Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, it's so nice to see you in the chair, Deputy Mayor. I noticed you've got the
Councillor
automatic
Robinson?
speed enforcement, but
All right, Councillor
it's my-
Robinson?
Pardon me?
I'll just, your time's on hold. Councillor Robinson, you have questions?
Questions of you.
Okay.
Automatic speed enforcement isn't actually in place, is it?
Well, I asked questions about this during the question period earlier this morning, and what we were told by staff is the bills were passed in May of 2017, and we're piloting it in 2018. We don't need the province's approval to do that, and we're piloting at 4 schools. And then 2019, we're hoping to roll it out aggressively across, well, we won't get to 750 or 800 schools, but that is the objective, is to get it to all those schools.
So how many schools would that cover, your motion, Councillor?
Well, the objective is, as I said, and what was discussed at Public Works and Infrastructure 2 weeks ago and is before us today, is 750 to 800 schools.
Yes.
We added in private schools and we added in all the French schools.
Your motion for 2019, how many schools do you anticipate that would cover? What's your
Staff have not given me that number. I asked them about that this morning during question period and also offline, and staff do not have that number, but what we do know is we're piloting 4 in 2018, and then once we have provincial approval in 2019, we want to roll this out aggressively. So at PWIC, I moved to accelerate the community safety zones and was unanimously supported by PWIC.
However, you don't know the actual budget number for rolling. You don't have the number, the increased number for that acceleration, nor the budget number for that acceleration.
No, that's why I've asked, that's why I've tied to my motion that it would be in conjunction with the 2019 budget process.
So that would be done in 29, but not rolled out in 19. Sorry, done for 19 during that year, but not rolled out in 19. So there'd be only 4 rolled out in 19, is that?
No, 4 will be rolled out in 2018, and staff are determining the number for 2019. Community safety zones, we asked to accelerate in 2019.
And how many are you anticipating for 2019 for community safety zones?
Well, the objective, as I said, is 750 to 800. Originally, staff had said that it was a very low number, but because of feedback from many councillors, they're trying to accelerate them more aggressively.
So your motion would cover 700 locations?
750 to 800 is what the General Manager of Transportation
And that's your
advised me.
motion?
Pardon?
And that is what your motion intends to do?
Well,
Covers-
that is the objective. We have to have the funds to support it. But I think a lot of people in this chamber feel this is a very
But you don't
important
know how much
initiative.
that is.
No, that's why I've asked for. That's why I've asked for it to be done in conjunction with the 2019 budget process.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next to question the mover is Councillor Campbell. And I'll put your mic on.
Yep, thank you. Through to the Chair of Public Works. So how is automatic speed enforcement defined, and does that entail levies of fines as occur with red light cameras?
Yes. So right
just-
now,
just
as soon
yes?
as- sorry.
Just yes? Yes.
Sorry. Just ask me again.
Sorry, Councillor.
No, so
allow the-
with automatic-
Sorry, Councillor Campbell, if you can let Councillor Robinson answer your question as she sees
Yeah, no,
fit,
I don't
not
think she
just a
understood
yes
the
or no.
question. Did you understand?
So, go ahead.
It was
Go ahead,
very
Councillor Robinson.
Is she answering me now?
Councillor Robinson, please feel free to answer Councillor now.
He said to say yes or no.
No, you can answer in any way you
Okay.
think is appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a safety zone is really the street that the school is on. A community safety zone extends that. So the
Sorry.
context is around that. So this initiative would be in that area, schools only,
So it's-
around schools only.
Sorry, the specific question is automated speed enforcement. Does that entail fines levied against drivers who are speeding, as occurs in red light zones?
Correct.
It does. And at what point will a driver be fined? Because with a red light zone, it's clear. You go through a red light, you get fined. It's a black or white. But at what point are fines levied? When somebody's exceeding a speed limit?
Well, I think it would depend on what the speed limit is.
Well, if the
It would
speed-
depend on how fast the motorist
So
was
in a
driving, and
school-
all of that would be
okay,
assessed.
But in a school zone, the speed limit is 40 kilometers an hour. Is somebody going to be fined under an and I have no trouble with the fines. I just want to know what's going on. Automatic speed enforcement is a fine levied when they're 5 kilometers over, when they're 1 kilometer over, when they're 10 kilometers over, or at what point I'm seeing 10 kilometers over.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we asked those questions at Public Works and Infrastructure, and staff said it's basically a tailor-made
Okay.
situation and where, you know, if you're over the speed limit, you get fined. But they weren't able to say how much you would be
Okay,
fined.
more information to come. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Campbell. That's the end of questions. Next to speak on our list is Councillor Mammoliti, and I'll just turn your mic on, and you're good to go.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm going to move 2 motions. The first one is that City Council authorize to $13 million in additional 2018 funding to be divided and to spent proportionately based on the kilometerage of the road network within each of the 4 community council boundaries. That'll be my first motion. And the second motion is that the City Council direct that prior to implementing any spending related to Executive Committee recommendation, 1, the General Manager, Transportation Services seek input on implementation for each of the 4 community councils. And the reason I move this is because I'm not sure that is there even a quorum in here, Mr. Speaker?
Hey, did you get your motion?
It
no
appears
quorum.
there is a quorum.
I don't believe there is. Can I get a quorum count?
Yes, you may. I'll put your time on hold. Quorum call.
This is a veritable bonanza.
That's what it is.
Members of council can report to the council chambers for a quorum call, please.
You're doing a great job, by the way, Mr. Speaker.
I held your time, see?
You haven't told me to sit down yet, which is
No,
really
no.
good.
Don't hold his time. Oh, yeah. Every member's motion had 2 votes.
Members of council, please press your button to indicate your presence in the chamber.
Glenn, should I push your button? He's trying to help out.
Is this your first roll call?
This is going to be a vote when Francis isn't there.
Yes, we may have to reopen this vote if somebody votes the wrong way.
You need to train him better. He's having
Francis
trouble.
she's over there.
Oh, she's over.
I didn't want Councillor Campbell to vote on my button in case it screwed up the system. Councillor Fragedakis, are you here for quorum
Members,
call?
if you're present, can you please press your button to indicate your presence in the chamber?
Okay, okay, Councillor Perks.
Councillor Robinson, please.
Councillor Robinson.
We'll take care of calling the
Okay.
names.
Glenn?
Perks almost missed it.
Councillor Doucette.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is quorum in the room. There are 29 members present.
Great, thank you, Madam Clerk. And Councillor Mammoliti, you have the floor.
Just on a point of privilege, if you don't mind. I notice a former Commissioner Halstead is here. I know that Councillor Grimes and DeChano are talking to him right now, but I'd like everyone to give him a warm welcome. He hasn't been here for a while, and he was here when this place used to work a lot better. So I welcome former Commissioner Halstead as I see him in the audience.
Thank you, Councillor Mammoliti, and you'll notice I have not started your time yet,
Okay,
so go ahead, you have the floor.
The reason I move this motion, Mr. Speaker, is there's many reasons, but I think if you start looking, and I'm going to speak directly to some of the newer councillors in here, because many of the things that we pass, we don't know we're passing until it's too late. In other words, when you start looking at why you're not getting any money, or why you might be getting money in some circumstances, it's because motions that are passed in this place get passed the way they are. In this particular case, the $13 million that we're talking about will be directed strictly to the downtown part of the city at the end of the day. And while I appreciate Vision Zero, and I appreciate what that's about, there are some parts of it I disagree with, but most of it I do appreciate. I also understand that the suburbs and the rest of the city deserve the same kind of money that other parts of the city are going to get. And so my motion, what it does, is it spreads the money, that $13 million, equally amongst the 4 community councils. But I've tried something new here, and I hope that you can support this. It talks about proportionally based on the kilometerage of the road network. So those of you that do represent the suburbs, I hope you can appreciate the motion. It means that we'll get a little bit more of the $13 million to do the things that we would like to do with respect to safety in our own communities. Safety, as Councillor Perks stands up and talks about safety in his community and the need for revisions, much of that has to do with bicycle lanes. He didn't mention it once, but at the end of the day, if he were to get the $13 million as he was hoping, or at least most of it, then most of that would have gone to infrastructure on bicycle lanes in his particular ward. What I'm suggesting is that other priorities are just as important as the bicycle lanes to some councillors in the downtown part of the city. That I believe that our schools are very important. And I believe in speed humps in front of schools, and I believe in the markings in front of schools, and I believed in the signage in front of schools, and I believed in raised platform intersections in front of schools. The problem is we don't have the money. And every time we try to get to our transportation department to talk a little bit about where the money is going to come from, the answer to that is we don't have any. And so this was pretty vague when it was introduced today, Mr. Speaker. And I noticed that you represent the suburban area in the city, and I know that you're interested in this. What this motion will do that I've introduced, it will get you even more money in front of your schools. And I'm sure that you've got 2 or 3 or 4 schools that find themselves on a priority list in Scarborough that would need this money immediately. You're going to get some resistance from some councillors who are going to stand up and say, no, this is wrong. But at the end of the day, this kind of motion is actually new to this chamber, and I plan on using this kind of wording pretty much with everything that we divvy up our money for in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell, for that.
And note that I didn't take my 5 minutes.
Thank you. Councillor Troisi to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Safety is an issue in Ward 28 in many regards, and I'll be speaking about safety on another item at some point when we get to that. But I do support the additional funding to improve and accelerate the implementation of Vision Zero. No loss of life is acceptable, and our goal should be to eliminate fatalities on our streets. This is a citywide issue, but I want to underline how the ward I represent has all the complexities that need to be addressed through these plans. Many of our residents live and walk to work. People are increasingly cycling and taking more cars off the street. Commuters come into the downtown and create some of the busiest traffic corridors in the city. I've spoken to many residents who feel threatened by danger on our streets. I've also heard from those who have already been seriously injured and one who continues to be in the hospital. The Vision Zero plan gives us the path to making our streets safe, but the plan needs the funding to have the expertise to design the technology to implement and the coordination of capital works to build better streets We need to have streets that move people and keep them safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion, if I could have that placed onto the screen. And this is in relation to the watch your speed signs, looking for opportunities to increase and speed up the implementation at all our schools through public-private sponsorship opportunities. So I'll just speak to what's before us very briefly. I think it's a really high bar to dip into year-end surpluses to take money and allocate it to something else. But what I do know in my ward, and speaking to colleagues in adjacent wards, traffic safety is an important concern to a lot of citizens in this city. And I have undertaken many reviews and attempts to improve things, and once in a while money becomes a barrier. And money ought not to be a barrier to make some changes. What I also know is that the Watch Your Speed sign program has been a big success out in Etobicoke. In fact, I've received a number of requests from people that want to see more of these signs. The literature that's been provided to us by staff have proven that they've been effective. And I think they have a very, very symbolic effect as well, because they demonstrate change. They demonstrate that the city and the community are serious about having people slow down in particular school zones. And I think this is a positive message, and it seems to me that perhaps there are companies out there that might want to get on board with this idea. And it doesn't have to be a really big, deep, or fancy sponsorship, but I think one of these signs costs $4,500. And if there's a company or two out there that want to be associated with road safety in the City of Toronto, and if they wanted to put a little banner or something on a signpost along with one of these signs to advertise that they contributed to trying to move this idea ahead. And you know what, it doesn't even have to be a completely private company, but it could be an external agency or other publicly funded or charitable organization. I think we should be open to that. We've talked a lot about, and we've heard from people today through questions and through other statements, that there's this real important push to improve safety faster, quicker, better. And I don't see why everybody couldn't stand behind some concept to move this even further if it involves tapping into money from outside to just speed up this process and get more. And with that, I thank you. I hope you'll support that motion.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell to speak.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. Very quickly, I'm going to support Councillor Mammoliti's motion. I'll support Councillor Holiday's motion. In fact, Councillor Grimes is fond of saying that one of the most frequent concerns that councillors hear is of speeding in their various neighbourhoods. And when I first became a councillor, I learned of the Watch Your Speed signs. There was a private company that approached us and to promote their product, as it were. And I was happy to see the Watch Your Speed signs roll out in the various communities in the school zones. But the problem that I have with what we're planning and the overemphasis, I think, on school zones is that I'm of the view that the money is not being allocated and pinpointing as effectively as it should be. Deaths are happening in many parts of the city and not necessarily in school zones. Many of the deaths are happening downtown, and I'm of the view that the Watch Your Speed zones should be in a numerable number of places other than just school zones. I have many streets where we have frequent calls for concern from neighborhoods. They don't meet the warrants for speed humps and traffic calming, and in some cases, neighbors vote against traffic calming, but that doesn't mean that the speed problem doesn't go away. So I'm going to support, the plan. I think that the plan needs refinement. I think that the focus needs to be brought more heavily on the areas where the problem is the greatest. And if we don't do that, we're going to continue to see problem spots in the city where we're not really addressing the need. People will continue to be injured or killed. And I'm of the view that we need to be more focused, other than just in this particular area. The last thing that I would say is that I'm going to support Councillor Perks' motion for the consultant. I think it's a great idea to bring in people that take more of a world vision and have it perhaps a wider range of understanding than perhaps our own staff has, given the day-to-day demands on their staff. I'm not sure that I don't see myself supporting the the expenditure for the Dundas, DuPont, Annette Old Weston Road initiative, but I think it's good to bring in some outside consultancy work to provide our staff with additional expertise. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Layton. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. And this is that City Council amend Executive Committee Recommendation 2 so that recommendation now reads, or it includes, and evaluate the feasibility of significantly expanding the red light program as part of the Vision Zero road safety plan and give staff the authority to make any immediate changes to improve safety at intersections where data shows that cameras could significantly reduce collisions, and City Council directs staff to include any new funding required in the 2019 Transportation Services base budget submission. I'm not sure if this will be ruled out of order because of the Chair's motion. I will be supportive of the Chair's motion. I don't think it is because it's not as specific in the doubling. I will though say that I will support the Chair's motion if it does appear before mine. I had wanted to take an approach that was more specific to the number that we increased, but I was advised by transportation staff that wasn't a good approach and that the report back would be the necessary one. So if that fails, I still hope to be able to vote on this particular item. And I do it because when we asked the simple question on whether or not red light cameras worked, the indication was they do. They reduce the fatalities in intersections and the serious injuries by a significant percentage, and they're cost neutral. What better arrangement than that? Something that doesn't involve someone standing on the corner, handing tickets out to every person. It's automated. Someone does review the tape, and we could end up actually impacting the safety at intersections. So I hope that you'll support my motion. I hope that first you'll support the Chair's motion, and then I hope if that fails that you'll support mine. What I don't think you should support is Councillor Mammoliti's, I believe, his first motion that called for. This is the one to be divided. It's this issue of coming back to community councils, not necessarily the separating of the money, but the issue of coming back. There is precisely 1 week between now and when staff need to have reports on the community council agenda that would come to the next city council. That means nothing would get done. So I would urge you not to support that motion. Not that I disagree that we shouldn't be ensuring that there's measures all across the city, just that we need to ensure that we can actually get this on. Oh, sorry, it's item number 2. I stand mistaken. This is Councillor Mammoliti's item number 2. That City Council direct, prior to the implementation of any spending, the General Manager seek input and implementation from the 4 community councils. If you read that, they have a week to give it, so we will actually do nothing more for the next 4 or 5 months till community council meets again. So I would urge you to not support that motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Clarification, Councillor Holyday.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Through you to the councillor to help me better understand. If we could have the motion up. 2 questions. The first is, can you help me understand what the authority is and the changes are that are being implied in this amendment? So what more authority do the staff need through this motion, and what are the changes?
I just don't want to make sure that if in their a new approach to implementing red light cameras, that if they then do need City Council approval for an element of it, that they don't need to wait 4 months until we reconvene to go ahead and move ahead with some of the improvements.
So I heard if. Do we not know if they need approval or not need approval if there's budget to put in these cameras?
So I just don't want that to be a question that comes up when we're not in session. So I'm happy to give staff the ability to implement a program like this as they see fit.
Okay, and then the second question is the data. Can you elaborate on what the data shows that, what are the data points that would show that the cameras could significantly reduce collisions? And I'll get to the point. My fear is similar to what Councillor Mammoliti brought up before about certain parts of the city getting a disproportionate share, and I'm not sure that I'm not sure if the data matches a fair allocation of these cameras all around.
My understanding is that the data point used to determine whether or not a camera should be installed is the number of right-hand, is the number of collisions that result of someone running a red. Okay. And the number is, I believe, 7.
Okay.
And so that's how they've been determined to this point, and we continue to evaluate that. If that number is decreased, then more intersections would qualify. So that's my understanding as to why. When is it determined that a red light camera should be installed? I have only 2 in my ward. There's 170 some, or 3 in my ward. There's 170 something. So I clearly don't have a proportionate share either. But I suppose if this is the way of measuring it, that's a good thing, because I don't have as many people running the reds. The 2 data points I mentioned about the reduced injuries and reduced fatalities were given to me by staff during questions, actually prior to questions.
If I recall, I don't even think I have one. I might have one on the border of my ward. So I'm curious about where these cameras will go, and my fear is they'll go into one particular place rather than being spread out, because that's where the accidents are happening all over the place.
So it's my understanding that it wasn't up to councillors to choose. It was whether or not they hit that data point of 7 kind of the T-boning type accident is, I guess, a good way to describe it. If someone's running a red and it's a green the other way, that when that number hits 7, that's what initiates that's the warrant. If they can change it to 6, to 5, to 4, how many that would add to Ward 19, I don't have any idea. I hope it will add some, though.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fragadakis.
Oh, yes, Madam Speaker. Just a moment. I have a motion, and I just have to find it. Here it is. Yes, staff could put it up on the screen. Thanks so much. So my motion is that City Council authorize up to an additional $1 million to improve and accelerate the implementation of road safety measures approved by a community council over and above the amount already budgeted for these initiatives in the approved 2018 budget. These measures to include any costs associated with fabrication, installation, and maintenance of all traffic signs, the installation of traffic control devices and traffic calming measures, and such allocations to be funded from the Capital Financing Reserve Fund. So I support the increase to the Vision Zero budget. That $13 million I'm sure will go a long way. However, there are important measures approved by community councils that get delayed due to a lack of money, and they need to be properly funded as well. There was an article in the Toronto Star last week that pointed out that one small local street has been waiting for a speed limit sign for 3 years. I don't know if anyone here in the chamber read that, but it said that these 2 parents of a 5-year-old girl have been trying for years to get a simple speed limit sign on their street. That was what they wanted. They learned that the default limit is 50 kilometers per hour, which is 20 kilometers faster per hour than similar side streets, and even 10 kilometers per hour faster than Cosburn and busy Coxwell Avenue. So this is a street in East York that has been trying to lower the speed limit, and they can't get that, and it's been taking a really, really long time because they said there are no posts to put them on. So today, a pedestrian was struck just outside Pape Station in my ward, and that is a traffic lighted intersection that the light hasn't been turned on yet. So I just actually want to make sure that the solutions that we vote for at Community Council actually get implemented in a timely fashion, because this is actually causing people their lives. It says here, from the Toronto Police operations, pedestrian struck, unknown injuries, vehicle is facing southbound on the northbound lanes. I mean, please, can we do something to give our local residents a say on some of these road safety issues that we vote on and so some of this stuff can get implemented faster. It's really pretty a simple motion.
Thank you. Councillor De Beermaker.
I'm just going to move an amendment to Councillor Fragedakis' motion to add the words per community council in her motion. Madam Speaker, I think we've all been shocked, impacted, horrified at the, I have to say, carnage that we've seen on the streets in every corner of this city. And I think I am certainly very glad that the city is on top of the advancement. We're advancing more money on top of the advancement. I think that's a very good thing because, again, at the end of the day, when we spend that money and we say, is it a good use of taxpayers' money? That money is being invested in hopefully saving people's lives. I think it's a very good investment. So while I support what Councillor Fragedakis is doing, I don't want somebody in Scarborough like myself saying, oh, there's money going down to Toronto Danforth, and I don't like that, so I'm going to try to pull it this way. I think it should be up to the 4 areas of the city to have an allocation for each area of the city to say, way up in North York, at Steeles and Yonge, Bayview and Yonge, what do you want over there? Out by the Toronto Zoo in Scarborough, are there schools there or priorities there? Same as the Etobicoke waterfront. So I'm just moving this slight amendment to the councillor's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion. Councillor McMahon. Councillor McMahon.
Hi there, sorry. I have a motion. It was just a friendly amendment to Councillor Perks's when we spoke about looking at all types of vehicles for smaller size, and so there it is. And then as well as the use of truck guards, as we know that that seems to be a problem these days with, and we've been pushing for guards on trucks for quite a while. So just looking at that, and I'd like your support. Thank you.
They do use some small paramedic vehicles. They use some.
I know, but we're just looking at it. Don't.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Fletcher has a question for you. Councillor Fletcher, 3 minutes, clarification.
I didn't hear that.
I said I can hardly wait.
Councillor McMahon, I'm asking that too.
Councillor McMahon? Yes. Councillor Fletcher has a question.
I just wondered with that motion if you were aware that a couple of years ago, quite a few actually, Councillor De Beermaker and I had moved a motion that the city report back on putting side guards on all of the fleets. And we still are, that's still outstanding. Is that concerns me a lot.
Yes, I know it's been revisited and visited here several times, and thank you for doing that. And so I think we need to get to the bottom of it.
But we've never, that's right. So your intention would actually be to have a report or to say when we can side guard our large vehicles in the city of Toronto.
Absolutely. Thank
you very much for that.
Thank you.
Solid waste.
Okay, we did have some speakers on the list that are not here. Councillor Fillion, you're here? Councillor Fillion to speak?
Yes, just briefly, I can't think of a better use of some extra funds than to accelerate a program that will make our streets safer, and I think that the public, I think, would certainly be very much in thinking that. We're well aware of the terrible statistics, and up until about 4 or 5 months ago, I was, like everybody else, horrified by the statistics, but they were just statistics. And when you start to meet the people whose family members have been killed as pedestrians walking on our sidewalks or crossing our streets. And when you meet the people who've lost a leg as a cyclist, it really brings home to you how much of a tragedy we have unfolding, on far too frequently on our streets and on our sidewalks. So anyway, I think this is a great initiative. I thank the mayor for doing it.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a very important issue, and I'd like to get a quorum call here. This is a very important issue that we're debating in the city, and I don't think we need a quorum on this issue.
Okay, a quorum call, please.
Members, please press your buttons to indicate your presence in the chamber.
Gord.
Councillor Fletcher, please. We're actually number 8. They're going around. Councillor Fillion, please. Councillor Fragadakis, please.
Councillor Wong Tam, can you press your button to indicate your presence? Councillor Davis?
Madam Speaker, there are 32 members in the chamber. Quorum is present.
Thank you. So, Councillor Fillion, you spoke. So, Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, I'm incredibly concerned about the ability of this council to be able to successfully see through to fruition a road safety plan that will actually be effective. And I haven't seen it yet. And I'm not suggesting that there hasn't been a genuine effort by those on council, and I'm not suggesting that there hasn't been an incredibly enormous amount of work by our city staff led under Barbara Gray to do what they can within the means that they have. But the pillars of Vision Zero internationally are recognized as you look at reconfiguration, redesign of our streets. And we have many streets that were initially designed to be 50-kilometer speeds in local areas. And also to look at the regulations, the speed limits. And then enforcement. When it comes to design and reconfiguration, we are going painfully slow. Substantively, if you actually look at most of the city, until we do a resurfacing project or a road reconstruction, we don't see that redesign and reconfiguration happen in most cases. And if it will happen many years from now. When it comes to regulations, we were successful in the Toronto and East York Community Council to move on setting the expectations that it should be 30 kilometers per hour in the local roads. I would like to see the other community councils follow suit so that we set the standard for what our expectations are. But regardless of the signs that we put up, we all know that it needs to be enforced. And we have a critical dearth of enforcement in the city. And I know that's not something that council can decide on alone. We've made requests of the Police Services Board. But I don't know if all of you are aware that the average division in the city only has roughly 2 police officers allocated for the enforcement of the Highway Traffic Act. And of those 2, it's 1 on, 1 off. So typically at any given time, there's really only 1 police officer, to my understanding, who's specifically dedicated to enforcing the Highway Traffic Act. And as I've said to you before, the 53 Division is one example of many that goes from Lawrence Avenue down to Bloor Street and Thorncliffe Park all the way over to Spadina. To have 1 police officer enforcing all those hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of streets, I mean, how could that possibly be effective? No matter what regulations we set. And even when we redesign streets, there's still going to be some idiot who just decides, screw it, I'm going to try to go as fast as I can, or I'm going to ignore the signs, or I'm going to jump over the humps. So I'm really concerned that as we are throwing even more money at this problem, and I think we should put money towards, speaking of speed humps, for example, I think it's really smart to fast-track the implementation and actually get them in. I've got some streets that are waiting and they're anxious and they want them there, and they are physical impediments and they do contribute. But we're going to keep spending money on this, but if we don't have adequate enforcement, what are the consequences? What are the consequences? I would actually submit to you, and I wonder if you would agree, the average driver who's ignoring the rules, not only do they not expect to be caught, and they don't expect any consequences, they're most likely right. But when you've seen speed traps, for example, in the city where there actually is regular enforcement, or even once a month or every 2 or 3 months, isn't that always the place that people start slowing down? Not because they care about other people, it's because they care about themselves. And they don't want to get ticketed, and they don't want demerit points, but there's behavioral change because of the fear of consequence. I believe we need to move faster on the redesign and reconfiguration of the streets, to do what we can to physically change the streets so that they are safer. I believe that we need to set the requirements and standards and expectations with respect to the regulations and the speed limits. But we also need to impress upon the police and the chief that they need to do a better job of allocating resources to that end, along with the electronic means. And I hope that the new Premier will support the regulation that would allow for the photo radar in the school areas. I hope that happens. And by the way, just to make it clear, I'm not wading into the debate over whether or not the police budget is bloated or whether or not they're not using their resources effectively enough. That's their problem to deal with. It's our problem to consider. But no matter which one it is, on the ground, what's happened is that we have a dearth of enforcement, and that needs to be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Next on the speakers list is Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I'm in full support of Vision Zero. And Councillor Matlow, actually, I do agree with you. I mean, I think that, and I have suggested that to the General Manager, when there's a road resurfacing done in particular areas, which as a lot of it's being done now, that it should be designed in a way where there is sort of traffic calming and narrow the roads at that time, because I think that it could be a lot more cost effective if we do it at the time when we're resurfacing and redoing bridges and so forth. And fines definitely should be increased in some of these areas as well. I formed a safety committee in my ward where I had representatives throughout my ward that were part of this committee, and the general manager, Councillor Fragedakis, I'm sorry, it's hard for me to speak when, yeah. And the general manager attended a couple of the meetings that we had, and we brought forward a report to Public Works, which was very impressive. that my staff drafted up with the support of the committee members and recommendations, and that the general manager is reporting back on that. But there were a lot of good ideas and recommendations that were brought forward. You know, and you're absolutely correct. Unless you have the enforcement, we could put up no truck signs. We can put up one way. I mean, residents are asking me, let's close the street up. Let's make streets one way. Traffic islands and roundabouts, but it still doesn't work. People are still going through these roads, and it's all about enforcement. And it's very difficult because one of the biggest complaints I get in my ward is the volume of traffic that's flowing through residential areas, shortcuts, because people don't want to wait in traffic anymore. And so, you know, I don't know. I mean, there's every community and every ward, I'm sure, has different issues in their ward as far as safety. The speed signs, the watch your speed signs, I think are very effective. Where I've seen them, they're very effective. Motorists tend to slow down when they see that sign because they feel that there's a picture. We're taking a picture, and you know, so they slow down. Most people do. They slow down. And I'd like to see a lot more of those signs up as well. I think they're very effective. And I hope all my recommendations in my report come forward in 2019 for implementation. I remember years ago on Eglinton Avenue, which really worked, and I know because we don't have enough police officers to enforce the bylaws, is that on Eglinton and Royal York, I remember years ago, that they used to have on Eglinton Avenue, on the boulevard, a police car, a derelict police car that was just parked on the boulevard. And if you're driving down Eglinton, down the hill, you see that police car and you think somebody's in the car, but it's an empty car, and it slowed traffic down. So maybe what we could do is take some of these old police cars and just park them on the boulevard, and I'm sure that would work. But I tell you, it did work. I don't remember how long ago we did that, but it definitely had an impact if you were speeding on Eglinton Avenue right down Royal York to Islington, which is a highway. I want to thank the mayor for bringing the item forward, and there are a lot of motions here that I will be supporting, and let's move on with it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. I'll take that as a motion moved about the empty police cars, and invite our next speaker, Councillor Cressy, to speak next. I'll just turn on your mic.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Listen, we've spent a lot of time talking about Vision Zero over many years, and I think notwithstanding the hard work of many in this chamber, and I think the significant investment of $13 million new dollars through an unexpected surplus, which is a windfall, notwithstanding that hard work, in the numbers and the headlines and the stories we're hearing, it is painfully clear that in the City of Toronto, our streets are becoming more, not less dangerous. That is the reality. And it's ever more clear that it is time to redesign our streets to move people safely, not to move cars quickly. I would argue that this City Council and our time here, notwithstanding the support, our support for Vision Zero has been situational. It's situational. It's not absolute. That this council, when it takes 4 months to approve a new traffic light at Richmond and Simcoe, this council doesn't treat Vision Zero seriously enough. That as part of the cycling 10-year plan, when we remove even studying bike lanes on major streets, it's situational, not absolute, the support for Vision Zero. Or that in order for 2 local councillors to put a bike lane on Bloor Street, we have to have a 2.5-year pilot process and debate, whereas during that same time we could have built an entire bike lane all along Bloor and the Danforth. I would argue that the burden and proof in this chamber is the impact on cars as opposed to the impact on safety. That, to me, is the challenge. Is our commitment to Vision Zero is when it's easy, not when it's hard. That is the challenge. And so what is lacking in our chamber on Vision Zero There is strong movement to accelerate pieces of it, to add funding to do pieces of it. But what is fundamentally lacking is real ambition in this city to build a cycling grid and build it quickly, to lower speed limits, not just in Toronto and East York, but everywhere in the city, and to do it now, to rethink the design of our streets, not sometimes, but every time on the issue of Vision Zero. That's no more clear than in a recent debate on Yonge Street. If we're serious about Vision Zero, then every debate should be about Vision Zero. And so as our city continues to change, continues to get more and not less dense, continues to get less, not more reliant on cars, it's time for this council to catch up with where our public is. And our public is at serious risk on our streets as we don't move quickly enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to comment on Councillor Cressy's comments. Being in support of Vision Zero doesn't always mean just doing what you might see are the correct parts of Vision Zero. It's actually having a debate and looking at the issues in a wider context. And one thing I've never actually heard, I actually commend Councillor Matlow. I've been bringing it up. It's part of yeah, I know. Well, it's not making sense, but the one issue that really hasn't been discussed is the enforcement angle. And anyone that's read Vision Zero, I don't care if you read it in the Swedish, the original Vision Zero, or our Vision Zero, enforcement is an aspect. And I understand that road design is probably the most important, but recognizing that that's a 20, 30, 15, whatever year period, that enforcement is an important aspect of that. And I haven't ever heard some council members who are pontificating today and telling us how wrong we are actually talk about that aspect. And so if you want to have a full debate, let's have a full debate. The only thing I will say to Councillor Matlow, and it's not so much a criticism as it is an observation, when he said he didn't want to wade into the debate about budgets being too high or too low. The reality is the police don't act in a vacuum. And we've seen with the tragic beating death of a man in Parkdale, where it took 45 minutes for the police to even get there, that we are actually seeing concrete evidence of a police service whose resources are very thin. And if we really want to devote more resources to enforcement on a human body level, we are going to have that conversation about the police budget, because we can't always just say, figure it out. I think we're now at the breaking point. We know the gang violence, we see the response times and how they've gone down, and quite frankly, we've seen how enforcement's gone down. This year alone, 30%. So yeah, behavior is quite often modified by enforcement, and as that enforcement goes down, it's been on a downward trend for 20 years, we're seeing the results now. So I hope at some point, probably the next budget, we can actually have an honest debate about where we put our resources, and it's going to have to include the police. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I too rise to lend my voice to this issue and to support the issue in front of us. I do this, Speaker, because in my community I've had several occasions where I've had to visit families who have lost loved ones because they have been killed on our roadways. In fact, just last Friday, I spent 2 hours with a family in my ward who lost a mother, a grandmother, and it's still fresh for them, although it's 6 months later. And so it's a real problem. 2 days ago, I met a young man who his life, Speaker, has been changed fundamentally, not for the better, but for the worse. He was riding a bicycle, and he was struck by a car. He has had a number of surgeries and so on to help him, but his life will never be the same. And so when you deal with these types of issues and you see people who are impacted, not just simply hearing about it on the news, it's another matter altogether. I agree with respect to the commentaries that are being made about design of our roadways and so on, but that's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen overnight and so on. So I think that we're going to have some challenges. I agree that it would be helpful to have more police enforcement and so on. But we know that too is not going to happen for a variety of different reasons. What I want to turn our attention to, though, is the idea around focusing more of our investment into technology utilization. Many countries around the world are using much more advanced technology to help with respect to helping to reduce the speed that drivers are traveling on our roadway. Just last Sunday, Speaker, in my ward, because this issue of traffic congestion and speed is a big issue in my ward, and I know it's a big issue in other wards as well. I'm driving 40 kilometers on a roadway in my ward, and that was too slow for at least one vehicle who passed me and looked at me oddly because I was going too slow. And so part of it as well is about behavioral changes in terms of our overall behavior, in terms of how we use our vehicles and how we utilize our ability to navigate the roadways in our city. Obviously, we know it's having a dramatic impact because we hear it every single day in terms of the number of people that are being impacted, the carnage that are taking place in our community. On Lawrence Avenue, I had a gentleman who died simply by standing in the middle of the roadway where it was initially, at least he thought, was safe to do so. However, someone driving at a high rate of speed, obviously in the center laneway, wasn't turning, just trying to beat traffic, caused that man to lose his life. We have responded by introducing traffic lights and so on, but obviously that's not enough. We're seeing time and time again. Speaker, I can't tell how much time I have because I'm looking at time at the left. I see 5:38. I can't see behind me, so you may want to help me with respect to that. So I really want to look and speak, Speaker, to the fact that we need to look at how we can utilize technology. I saw recently a digital license plate that has been brought to my attention that in fact could have obviously some benefit going forward. There are other types of things. If you travel to varying places around the world, China for example, you don't see policemen on the road. You see a lot of technology that is actually capturing the drivers as they make their daily maneuver and so on. And it's really funny in the sense that that actually works because you would think that somehow they'd try to, circumvent the whole process of the system. But the technology is actually working. So we have technology out there. So I think I want to suggest to our general manager and the team that's looking at this to look more in terms of how we can utilize technology to really benefit us because we need to make our communities safer. We need also to ensure that people are focusing on education. We talk about PSAs at Executive Committee, talked a little bit about it with the General Manager recently, about making sure that we can do that because we need to get the buy-in and the tie-in from the public so they can do what is right to ensure that we don't continue to have this carnage in our community. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, you had, unfortunately, the only timer that was working was here. You had 10 seconds left.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm just looking to the clerks to see if there's a motion ready. Not yet. Madam Speaker, am I the last speaker? The clerks are not quite ready with the motion.
Still one more. Are you almost ready with the motion?
Perhaps you can proceed to Councillor Fletcher if she's ready, and then I can.
Councillor Fletcher.
I'm not sure if my motion's.
When did you submit your motion in? So you can have an opportunity for the staff to draft it up. No, but they.
No, I understand. I understand. You want a timestamp on when I did that?
Well, I guess we're going to have to hold the item down. Okay, Councillor Wong Tam, your motion is ready. Go ahead.
Is that correct? Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My motion is fairly straightforward, and is that the City Council authorize up to $4 million in additional 2018 funding to improve and accelerate the implementation of a Vision Zero lens to Toronto's cultural corridors, and to direct the General Manager of Transportation to report back to the first meeting of Public Works Committee on the status and additional steps necessary to achieve this higher level of road safety. And Madam Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. I do relish that we are having a very good conversation today about how to keep pedestrians, cyclists, as well as motorists, and just about everyone in the city safe. And I think that we can all agree that after this rash of violence on the road, we have a responsibility to step up our efforts. And I want to thank the mayor and the thought leaders at the executive committee for doing exactly that. Because there are times when we are in this heightened sense of people moving very aggressively on the road. And although we could increase the public awareness campaign, and we should, and although we could increase enforcement, and we should, but if there's a way for us to design in safety features into our roads whenever we can, we certainly should be able to do that as well. And that's exactly what my motion does, Madam Speaker. Should the opportunity arise, there's 4 prominent cultural corridors that are very heavily traveled. They're John Street, Yonge Street, Jarvis Street, as well as Bloor Street. And if there is an opportunity for us to do more within this immediate period of time, then, Madam Speaker, the funding will be there and staff will be empowered to do so. Thank you very much.
Did I hear somebody had a question?
It's actually a...
Okay, Councillor Robinson, question?
Thank you. I guess if I could see the motion again, because it's not been circulated or it's not before us in any fashion in print. So are you aware that Vision Zero, not just in Toronto but globally, is based on a data-driven approach? And so what we do is we look at the hot spots and the trouble spots in the city where there's a high rate of near misses or potentially deaths, and we zero in the funds on those areas where we're seeing the most problems.
I am aware of that, Councillor.
So you're asking to take $4 million and apply it to just 4 areas of the city, which you're dubbing cultural corridors?
This is not my language, Councillor. The Bloor Street Cultural Corridor is actually a formal street that is recognized by economic development. I know that Councillor Thompson was there at the day that we unveiled that particular initiative, and it's really to increase the pedestrian and people celebration on that street. We have 3 other formal cultural corridors that is officially recognized by the City of Toronto. It's been in previous reports. It was one of the first documents that was handed to me when I came through this building back in 2010. So these are not just random streets. They're actually streets of particular caliber where the city wants to elevate the overall user experience.
So I guess the concern that some councillors have is why prioritize these over other areas where, as city councillors and city staff, are really very concerned about and have identified through a data-driven approach that there's serious pedestrian and cyclist issues.
So we just had a recent death, Councillor, on Bloor Street, as you know, and there are a number of near misses, and that's why we have motions from the local councillors talking about improving the pedestrian and cycling safety of that particular area. Yonge Street, as many of you will know, we have about 20 million pedestrians walking north and south on that street, and at this point in time they're literally falling off the sidewalks. The edges of the intersection probably need to be bumped out just for the proper queuing. The John Street Cultural Corridor is actually going through a massive construction, and it's based on data that was produced about 8 years ago, and so forth. So I don't think that this should be a surprise. I'm not choosing a random street where nobody knows. These are the identifiers of Toronto, and they are the most heavily pedestrian travel streets across the city. They have no other comparable.
So would you be willing to amend your motion to have staff review this in context of what's happening across the city and the trouble areas and the hot spots where we're seeing a lot of conflict and near misses and collisions?
Yes, Councillor, that seems like a very logical conclusion. I would actually expect staff to be doing this normal body of work, and certainly don't see a problem with it. No, actually, Madam Speaker, if I just may, I think it needs to be evaluated against also the volume of pedestrian and cycling travel, including vulnerable road users.
Thank you, Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you.
You're way over 3 minutes. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I have a couple of motions there, which I want to thank the staff for working on and trying to get these exactly right, because I actually put them in a bit late. And the first one is to increase police services budget to fund a collision reporting center at a central police station or location for reporting cycling collisions through the 2019 budget process. Such funds to come from the Capital Financing Reserve. And the second is coming up in a second there. The City Council amend Executive Committee Recommendation 2 by adding the words, and the implementation of 10 complete intersection pilots as part of Vision Zero. And I will speak in general to both of these. I'll speak to the second one. First of all, I agree with all of you that road safety, and all of the public and all of my constituents, that road safety is number one. It's something everybody is talking about. And I think the faster we can get the automated speed enforcement installed throughout key sections of the city, the safer our city will be. The safer pedestrians will be, the safer cyclists will be, the safer other drivers will be. And I do want to take a moment to thank all those people that drive really, really well in the city, that stop at red lights, that let the bikes go, that watch your pedestrians. We're really dealing with the people, the 5% that drive very poorly. And all of these efforts are part of ensuring that those people drive well, and the people who are already driving very well follow the rules anyway. The intersections is a very big issue, and I think that the staff would agree, and the police constable Stibbe agreed, that intersections are the key point where cars and people meet in a bad way, where cars and cyclists meet for collisions, and where cars and cars meet for collisions. At Queen and Carlaw, I could read you emails here from the last couple of days. 50-year-old woman hit in the intersection. She can't work now. The week before, a parent taking their child to school hit in the intersection. And just previous, within the same week, a cyclist knocked off their bike in a U-turn at that particular location. And of course, again, the very, very tragic death of Douglas Crosby on Dundas at Jones Avenue in the bike lane. And I want to let you know and thank the staff very much. Thank Ms. Gray and thank Sean Dillon and Mr. Ashley Curtis. We rode the bike lane. It's been refreshed. There's been changes, upgraded. It was quite an old bike lane. And that is one of the outcomes, but it should not take an accident where we're refreshing our infrastructure of that kind. It's so important when you're in a bike lane that you know there's a lane there that others aren't to come in. So I do want to say that at the intersection points, there are things called complete intersections. They are in different cities around the world, and it ensures those who are turning. We've had 2 deaths turning, one at Dundas and Carlaw, and one at Bloor and St. George, where trucks or larger vehicles end up killing a cyclist or killing a pedestrian. This pushes them out further to make a rounder turn, and I really think that we can do that, and we need to pilot that in an aggressive way, because intersections are where it's happening, where bad things are happening, where people are getting killed and knocked over. So Vision Zero dealing with that, to my mind, that's the next level, the new step. The last thing I just want to say about reporting, the cyclist who was knocked off his bike by the U-turn, the police said, well, you have to go and you have to report that at the collision center. way up in Scarborough, where I was this morning. There's no bike lane to get there. It's a long way on your bike. I think we have to have some infrastructure downtown. Sorry to use that word for anybody I'm offending, but where most of the cyclists are, we know where most of them are. Where do you go to report? And actually, when that cyclist did go up there, he was told by the police, we don't take that type of collision. Shame, shame, shame. That's number one, because all of the data for Vision Zero is driven by collision data. So it's great to have the infrastructure, but there's the data infrastructure as well. That's so important for moving this forward. And I'd really ask for your support for those two motions here today, colleagues.
Thank you. We do have a question for you.
Well, he's sitting right beside me. He could just ask, but he's...
And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Thank
Councillor
you.
Burnside.
Now it's my turn.
I meant just personally.
Councillor Burnside, 3 minutes for clarification.
Yeah, I don't need that long. So, you're unnerving. No, but seriously, so in terms of the collision reporting center, do you envision this reporting center for cyclists only, or would it be a full-service collision reporting center? I don't have an opinion either way at this point. I just want to know because the cost would be quite a bit different.
I envision that cycling accident, I don't think where we know the majority of cycling takes place in the corridors probably south of DuPont, that I would envision that would be able to take those kinds of accidents.
So you would see something, I'll say a storefront, substation, whatever it is, 1 or 2 officers, where cyclists could go to report, but not
it's not your
vehicles or that.
Not vehicle. It could be at City Hall, actually. It could be one of the service
wherever it
desks
is, but it's
at
for
City
cyclists.
Hall, where, because we know it's underreported, Councillor, if I can just take a second to say I know it's underreported. Number one, because they didn't take that data when they went up there, and number two, you don't go because it's so far. It's one thing if you can get up there with a car, it's another thing to go on your bike, or even for pedestrians. So I really think we need to reevaluate how well that reporting is working for non-automobile people that are involved in a collision.
Okay, thanks.
Because the police require you to report it in order to be a statistic for Vision Zero. And we're missing out on quite a bit.
But the only issue is, if a cyclist reports it, then they have to call in the driver, and where does that driver go? But we can have that discussion offline.
Well,
Thanks.
I think that has to be figured out, but they didn't take the cyclist report. They said we don't take that information. I think that's extremely serious. We're talking about Vision Zero for pedestrians, for cycling, and we have a system of reporting that is driving our data that apparently doesn't take that information into account. So we have a bit of a problem here, and I think we need to fix that one as quickly as we can. Did you have any more questions, Councillor?
No, that you clarified quite well.
Thank you.
Last time I asked you a question.
Thank you. Councillor Davis to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a quick motion, but it asks for an amendment to Recommendation 2 to give priority to the completion of the installation of the 30-kilometre-an-hour signs in the remainder of Toronto and East York District. And I'll speak to that. First, I want to, of course, commend everyone involved who have contributed to both the development of the road safety plan and for expediting. And I recognize the contribution that the Mayor has made to expanding the amount of money that's committed to this work. 2 years ago, in 2016, Toronto and East York District approved changing from 40 to 30 and from 50 to 30 on streets in our area, right across on all of the residential streets. What I learned this year, despite the commitment to have them done by 2017, that there still are 95 signs yet to be installed on streets in Ward 31. And the reason that I think it is important is that We know absolutely that speed kills. There's no doubt about it. All of the research has shown consistently that speed is the #1 factor in determining whether or not someone survives a collision. And in fact, pedestrians have a 90% chance of survival if the car is traveling at 30 kilometers an hour. But they only have a 50% chance at 45 kilometers an hour. So that difference in speed is critical. And while many of us, and I agree with Councillor Matlow and Burnside, that often it's the enforcement that we need to make sure that people pay attention to those speed signs, I think it's very important that they be consistently seen on all of the streets, because that notion of the default speed in our city being 30 kilometers an hour instead of 50 is what we have to achieve. It has to be the norm that everyone knows you travel 30 kilometers an hour in our residential streets, and that's why making sure that our signs get installed are very important. So I hope you'll support this motion. And for the other areas of the city that have not taken the step that we took in Toronto and East York, I encourage you to do that. Every residential street in this city should be 30 kilometers an hour. And I look forward to all of the other improvements that we're trying to make with new signs and additional cameras and an easier streamlined process for speed humps. But really, it's about the assumption of what cars travel in this city. So I hope you'll support my motion to complete the signs in Ward 31. And I trust that all the other councillors in Ward 31 have theirs completed. Thank you very much. I hope you'll support that.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, we had to clear the screen because that was from the previous speaker. So if you can put your name back up.
Oh, did
okay?
I?
And you were first. So Councillor Robinson, question to Councillor Davis?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to ask the councillor if she's aware at the last council meeting, I personally moved this motion and it was well supported by council to add 4 additional FTEs to signing and lining.
Yes.
Above and beyond what already we have in place. You're aware of that?
Yes, it's in the report.
Yes. At the last council meeting we did this.
Yes.
4 FTEs. My question to you on top of that is, you are now prioritizing your area over other city streets that are asking for the 30K signage.
No.
Am I correct in that perspective?
Toronto and East York had approved that the 30-kilometer signs would go in, and through two budgets, we moved additional funding to make sure there was sufficient funding for those signs. So yes, it was supposed to have been completed in 2017 before any of these new ones were approved.
How would you know what's been moved at local councils throughout the city? North York, Scarborough, Etobicoke. Do you have a sheet with a queue on it? I'm not clear. What I see, the motion I see, is that you're prioritizing your ward and the downtown wards over the suburbs and some of the other neighbourhoods that have also asked for their streets to be reduced to 30K, some of which might have stop signs. At St. Leonard's is a good example, a stop sign on Bayview and also on Mount Pleasant, where there's massive thoroughfare traffic all the time, high speeds, high volume. So I'm not sure why you would prioritize this over other city
if you would
streets
like
and
to
local roads.
I simply want the 90 signs that should have been done last year according to the budget that was approved completed. And so if you want to amend it in some way, I'm happy to do that. If you want to say including the completion of the installation of the 30 kilometers and take out giving priority to, I'm happy to accept that amendment.
But do you feel we should honor the queue that's in place? There's a queue of streets that have requested to go to 30K and requested the signage.
We approved in 2016 that all of the streets in the Toronto and East York District would be approved.
I understand that.
We approved an additional amount of funding in the budget for that purpose, and for some reason it's not complete, and so I simply want to make sure that that initiative is completed.
So then I would ask you to take out the priority portion of your motion.
I'm happy to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Do you know what the cost of that?
I can't recall now. We've got a separate report on it. It went through the Budget Committee. The Budget Committee approved it. So if you want to go, I could go back and find the budget report for you. It's a briefing note.
You usually know these things. It was just a quick question. Thanks.
What he's saying is you usually know everything, Councillor, and you...
Okay, hold on. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
I do, sorry. Don't start me yet, please. Councillor Burnside had another question.
No.
Okay.
Councillor Burnside, did you have another question? Oh,
Would you like me to find out, Councillor Burnside, how much it is?
No, thank you.
No, it was approved.
Thank you. Councillor, you gave us some information there that at 30 kilometers an hour, someone has the chance to live, whereas at 45, 50 kilometers an hour, hit by a car, you could die, right?
Yes, the statistics are at 30 kilometers an hour, you have a 90% chance of survival.
And you're suggesting that local roads, in other words, the street where you live, that those are residential streets, and they should be 30 kilometers an hour across the entire city.
I absolutely agree, and it has to become the norm.
And are you a little surprised that, and this is a pretty well-known fact, isn't it, about 30 kilometers an hour?
Councillor Fletcher, this is not the motion.
Yes,
it is. No, but you have the clarification of the motion.
I'm clarifying your motion.
Councillor Davis is asking that the signs be installed as far as the 30K.
Yes, but I'm asking her, would she not, considering amending her motion, that 30-kilometer signs across the city in every residential neighborhood, and are you not a little surprised that that isn't the norm through the Infrastructure Committee for Vision Zero?
All I can say is I'm very glad that setting speeds on roads is delegated to community councils, because it allowed us to introduce 30 kilometers on all the residential roads in Toronto and East York, and they should be introduced right across the city. Absolutely, it should be the norm that on all residential streets it's 30 kilometers an hour.
So you're waiting for leadership in the other community councils then, are you?
Well, you know, when I say I'm glad that it's delegated...
I know, Councillor Fletcher, clarification of, okay, I'm sorry, Councillor Fletcher, you're getting into a debate that's not even.
My apologies, Speaker.
You know what clarification of a motion is.
I thought I was clarifying your motion.
Oh, come on, Councillor Fletcher, don't play games. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Matlow? Councillor Matlow, clarification of the motion.
So before this turns into I think, a very unnecessary suburban versus downtown thing, do I infer your motion correctly when, and you've already agreed to replace the word priority with something probably more accurate to what you're trying to ask, but do I infer it correctly that you're simply saying that it's not about replacing other important things or getting in front of other important things, and no matter what area of the city, you're simply stating a fact that there was already an approval to install these signs a couple of years ago, that direction was not completed by staff, and you're signaling that get the job done that was already directed by council, but it's not about replacing other priorities.
No.
Okay.
It was the subject of a story in the Toronto Star about a street in my ward that did not have their 30-kilometer signs installed. And I learned as a result of following up on that story that there were 90 signs still not completed, and I want to make sure they get completed. We took a direction to do that. There was a budget approved for it, and I just simply want to make sure that it gets done.
Thank you.
Yes, that did. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's clarification. Councillor Holiday? Clarification, please.
I just want to understand from you to the councillor if the intent is to put the 30K signs in front of all the other Vision Zero proposals and options and things that are available with the money that we've got.
I took the word priorities out, Councillor Holiday, and the reason I'm asking is because it was approved 2 years ago.
Okay.
And so our streets, there was, if I could, there was a rollout. It was done in 2 phases. The first phase was on those streets that had 40 kilometers. They were reduced to 30 because there were already signs. On phase 2, which was to reduce those that had been 50 to 30, that they would go ahead in 2017. I simply want the 2017 signs to be completed.
Okay, so with that clarity, we know that the Transportation Services Department is working full tilt to get a lot of this Vision Zero done, including placing signs for all sorts of reasons. Is the intent of your motion to authorize them to go and outsource this work if they need to get this all done? Because I don't know how they would otherwise get all of these priorities and asks of council today to spend this money.
Councillor, the money was in the budget for 2017 and 2018.
Not about money.
Excuse me, let me finish. Our mayor has now moved additional money on top of other money that was approved before, and I give full credit to all of the people who have increased that budget. What I'm saying is the budget was already there, and that work needs to get done. I'm not saying put it in at the expense of other things. We've added more money. The mayor's added more money. That's what's before us today.
Right, it's about
so that there will be additional capacity to add the additional Vision Zero initiatives that are before us.
So by capacity, do you mean outsourcing the work? Because it's not about money, it's about the ability to deliver on all of these requests.
If there is
no, it's okay.
If there is no capacity to do this, I would assume that we would hear about it and they would say we can't do it. But the mayor has brought forward this motion, and I commend him for this. So whatever it takes to get these signs installed, I'm sure they're going to take those actions.
Whatever it takes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't say private-public partnerships.
Okay, thank you. We used to make our own signs years ago. Councillor DeGiorgio?
Thank
Clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, Councillor Davis. So I'm just reading your motion and talks about installation 30-kilometer-an-hour speed signs in the remainder of the Toronto and East York district. Are you referring to what I would call local roads, primarily local residential roads, as opposed to collector roads? Like, does 30 kilometers apply to, let's say, a street like Davenport?
Councillor, in 2016, we approved 2 reports at Toronto and East York District where every single street that was a local road was identified and the bylaw was changed. What we've been waiting for is for the installation of the signs. So it is the local roads.
All right, local roads, thank you.
Already bylawed. We just need to complete the installation.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Much. I'm going to support the Executive Committee's recommendations and the Mayor's proposal. It doesn't seem like I'm going to support any of the other ones. It seems to me in this chamber today, everyone's trying to spend that $13 million or add to it. I'm not sure that that's the right approach here today. I've always thought that you should take a careful and considered view toward installing traffic calming devices or changing roads. It seems today that that idea has gone out the window. Spend money on this, spend money on that. I have my pet project here. In fact, there was one proposal, I think I read a motion that said, let the staff find out, determine what's best, and let's not consult the community, let's just put it in. I fundamentally disagree with that. I will say in my 24 years on council, I haven't put in one single speed bump in my community, not a single one.
Me too.
And I don't think that traffic statistics have actually measurably changed. I mean, we've had the odd unfortunate mishap, and we've dealt with that. And my community may be similar or the same as Councillor Ajamari's or the same as Councillor Campbell's, but it might be different than what's going on downtown. I don't think there's a one-size-that-fits-all. But what I will say, I guess one of the things that frustrates me in terms of dealing with safety issues is service standards. So when I ask, what we should be getting is when there is a problem, there should be a faster investigation. It usually takes, so I think that we should take a rational, reasoned approach to dealing with safety concerns. And that means using the transportation engineers, doing speed counts, doing speed studies, finding how many accidents there are, and then taking that back to the community and telling them, this is our standard, this is our approach, and let's have a discussion about this. The approach here in this council meeting today is no. I heard one councillor say that they want to put a special system in place where if they want, and I'm paraphrasing, they would like their bike lanes on their street in their community, boom, it should go there. There's something on this street over here that they want the whole intersection change. It's going to cost a significant amount of money, boom, it should go there. There should be no discussion. There should be no analysis. We shouldn't be talking to transportation engineers. We should just go ahead today, from the discussions that I'm here, we should just go and do that. And that's not the way that I think that we need to do. We need to design the city. I think that we should take this money, we should find out how we can best spend it and some of the things that we can do. I think the other thing on this 30-kilometer thing, that dog doesn't hunt in most of North York. Or I can speak to Don Mills. When you talk to the people in my community, they don't want 30-kilometer speed limits in their neighborhoods. You know what the number one thing that they also say to this is if you're going to put in a 30-kilometer speed limit, you got to have the cops to enforce it. There's no use putting in a speed limits in without police enforcement. So I guess so. Just to summarize, I think we should just all approve the executive committee allocation today, and not approve all these other recommendations that are asking us to spend tremendous amounts of money. I remember the former general manager of Transportation Services, Stephen Buckley, who told me once, "You're not going to solve this problem by just spending money and changing the physical nature of roads. That's not going to solve this problem." And what I hear today is that's what this council wants to do, and I don't think we're going to get there. And I think it's an irresponsible allocation of precious money that we don't have.
Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm kind of going to echo some of the later comments that Councillor Minnan-Wong just put out there. In the 3.5 years that I've been here, if I've ever seen a political opportunity of councillors to take advantage of a situation, it's this item right here. We all know the dire situation that's happening right now on our roads and our streets and whatnot, and we're all very concerned about it. And for that reason, I think Executive Committee brought a credible plan forward to say let's try and speed up a little bit of our Vision Zero infrastructure improvements with $13 million. And then what happens as soon as we do that with a honest effort to make things a little better? We get drunken sailors coming out of the woodwork trying to spend money, taking the opportunity based on certain tragedies to say we have to spend money on this and we have to spend money on that and we have to spend money on this. We all know how this place works. And we know it's political election season, and that these motions are coming out for our own personal benefit and gain. So I think the best thing to do here, there's nothing wrong with that, Councillor Fletcher. You have an opportunity to speak. You can speak if you want to put your name on. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it.
Hold on,
I know
hold
exactly
on.
what's going on in this chamber.
Councillor DiCiano, hold on. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher?
Point of personal privilege.
How dare you?
Those of us who have worked on road safety has nothing to do with our own personal, whatever you just said, Councillor. It's because of the safety of the community.
Let me correct it. It's a political benefit,
safety
Madam
of, and it's
Speaker.
not. It has to do with the safety of the community and many constituents that are in touch. And I deeply resent the inference of Councillor DiCiano that somehow we're piggybacking on terrible situations in our wards.
Once again, Madam
I'd ask him
Speaker.
to withdraw that.
Councillor DiCiano, please.
Yes, it is.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, thank you. But, yeah, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor DiCiano, please, can you just keep your comments to what the
Madam
item?
Speaker, once again, okay, this notion that because these motions are coming forward, it's only for the public benefit is ludicrous. There's a political gain to be made here. Let's understand very clearly. Madam Speaker, I just want to get
about the item.
I am.
And
I just
don't
want to get a
make
point
any
across
personal
about why
attacks.
I'm supporting certain motions and why I'm not supporting other motions. Because most of the motions that are coming up, we're not going to be able to implement it anyways this year. So think about how important it is that Vision Zero is a data-driven plan. You need to spend the money effectively and efficiently in the places where it's needed most. We have drunken sailors taking all this money just at election time and saying we're doing things for you. We need to do things smartly. We don't have an infinite amount of money in this place. All I'm saying is if you want to be responsible in this council chamber today, all the motions that are coming here outside of the executive committee motion, reconsider that it goes to the budget committee for 2019 and we look at it like we look at every other expenditure, because that's where we're going to know if it's spent wisely and effectively, because it's not being spent this year anyways, so we have time to do it. That's all I'm saying. Let's not just take a situation where there's tragedy on the streets and we're going to use it for political gain. I'm standing by that comment. Thank you.
Councillor DiCiano, a lot of... Councillor Fletcher?
I want to be very clear. There is nothing here that's being done for political gain. It is being done out of concern.
Is it data-driven?
Concern.
DiCiano, please.
And my motion happens to be data-driven, asking for data, for God's sake, if he'd listen to me.
Show me the data so I can vote on it.
Councillor DiCiano.
So that is actually
That's a joke.
just, you see,
I would have been kicked out by now.
Councillor.
that is an attack on my integrity, Speaker, and I'm taking it in that way, and I'd like you to deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DiCiano, the motions that are before you and the discussions that we've had today are from members of council that are expressing concerns with road safety and pedestrian safety. So every member of council has the right to move motions that affect their constituents, and it's not politically driven. It's not because if it's an election. That's maybe your opinion, but well, Councillor DiCiano, that's not all the councillors' opinion.
What is
Yeah.
your ruling? What is your ruling?
Well,
Councillor Fletcher's point of privilege.
yes, and I agree with Councillor Fletcher. I'm agreeing. Yeah. Councillor DiCiano.
I'm fully entitled to provide my opinion, specifically based on the fact that all these motions are coming forward to spend millions and millions of dollars on a plan where is the data for me to look and make my decision on the motion to vote on? There is no data in front of us. So don't tell me that I'm not allowed to give you my opinion on how I believe councillors should vote when it comes to spending millions of dollars. It's a data-driven plan. I don't see the data. That's my opinion, and that's all I'm doing is I'm sharing it with my council colleagues.
Hold on, Councillor Fletcher. Please let me deal with Councillor DiCiano.
How can that be offensive?
Councillor DiCiano. Councillor DiCiano, I'm asking you please to retract the comments.
I'm not retracting. What part of my comment would you like me to retract, Madam Speaker?
I'm entitled to my opinion.
What part of it? My opinion?
No, Councillor DiCiano, comments that you made about the members of council are making these motions
politically driven.
That's my opinion, Madam Speaker. It's all for political gain. I'm sticking by it. If you want to kick me out of here, kick me out of here.
I know. You know what? Let's have a 10-minute recess. Okay, members of council, please take your seats. Members of council, please take your seats. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm going to echo some of the comments of both the chair of the Public Works Committee and the deputy mayor that we should proceed on this particular issue with some reason and analysis. You know, when we identify, or through the mayor's office, a problem is identified that we need to address, and we decide that we're going to allocate some monies towards addressing a particular problem with a view of spending the money on a priority basis. I heard the Transportation Commissioner say, well, we've got to look at the school zones first, and then we've got to look at the hot spots.
Okay, Councillor DeGiorgio, hold on. There's too much noise. If I can please ask members of council to take their seats, please. It's too noisy. Councillor Bailao, Councillor Aljamari, Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Ford.
So instead
Councillor
of...
Doucette, please. There's too much noise. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Instead of councillors taking the opportunity to say, you know what, it makes a lot of sense if we focus on priorities first, and it is a good use of money to sort of expedite the program a little bit, but not take the opportunity to say, oh wow, if we allocate an additional 10 million or 12 million, we can really address some of the problems that have been a thorn in the side of people for a long time. For example, Councillor Perks alludes to a particular intersection that I was very familiar with, and the irony is that when people approach what is considered to be an unsafe intersection, I would argue that they tend to be a little more careful, whether it be a pedestrian, whether it be a motorist, whether it be a cyclist. They know, certainly from experience, that they should proceed with a little more caution. That's not to say that that particular problem should not be addressed, but it needs to be addressed in due course. We need to move in a rather prudent way when it comes to spending money. Now, we can always go through the budgeting process. A lot of these issues should go through the budgeting process, and I'm sure that some of the motions will be either referred to the budget process or actually voted against. You know, the other thing is, I have difficulty with a blanket move that says every single local street in the city of Toronto, the old city of Toronto, should be at 30 kilometers an hour. I can tell you that I drive through the city of Toronto, and there are many streets that have very little traffic. And I don't believe that there are accidents that occur on every single local road in the city of Toronto. You can't even make right turns into some of these local roads. You can't even drive on them, let alone speed on them. So I think what I'm trying to say is that if you somehow cross the line and put too many restrictions in, you're going to have people disregarding the traffic regulations. And the enforcement is not going to be there to actually correct the problem. And I just think people are going to disregard the traffic regulations that we put in place if we don't do it in a very smart way. Thank you.
Councillor Crawford to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion I would like to move, please. What the motion is, I'm not going to read all of it because it's a page and a half, but at the City Council direct the General Manager of Transportation Services to bring forward for consideration for the 2019 budget process the following. These following are all, out of all the motions that have come before us, are items that deal and take money away from the capital financing reserve. I want to be very clear when we went through all these, this is about a process that we need and should be following as a City Council. Unfortunately, from my opinion, we have not been doing that today. These motions are Councillor Perks' motions, the 1, 2, and 3 parts of that. Number 4 is Councillor Fragadakis, Councillor de Bearmaker's motions combined. The 5th part of this motion is Councillor Fletcher's motion. Again, these are all motions that have impacted the capital financing reserve. We had a $297 million surplus this year. Now, that's a healthy surplus. It's been equivalent to what we've had in previous years. But what it is not, and I've heard this on a number of occasions tonight and today, is a windfall. This is not a windfall. This is not bonus money that we get to spend in any way we want at all. Out of that $297 million, and I've repeated this in my questions, $95 million of that comes from the MLTT. This isn't a consistent fund that we know we're going to be getting every year. There are concerns that we use this and use this over and over again, and it's not a consistent. We have $88 million from the TTC that is a surplus. Now, that is something we should not be expecting every year, and we were quite surprised that it came in. I'm glad it did come in because it looks good on the numbers, but that's a number we can't rely on. So a lot of these numbers are inflated. So this $297 million you consider a windfall is not a windfall, and it shouldn't be looked at that. Now, what we have done, we put 75, 25% all into the reserves. And that's a policy we did a number of years ago. And if anybody recalls, in the last administration, we put this in to make sure that we don't use these monies for operating for other purposes. It puts them into the reserves, which we need to do. We call the tax stabilization reserve. We actually used a lot of that during the budget process. What we're doing in this motion, the main motion, is to put that money back. We need to put as much money back into these reserves as possible. $190 million is going into the capital financing reserve out of that $297 million. That, again, is not a windfall. All that money is accounted for. We have a $33 billion backlog, and this is money that we're trying to put in, that $50 million a year that we're budgeting over 10 years. We're trying to get as much money into this reserve to deal with a lot of other capital priorities across the city. The Vision Zero, the $13 million. I did support the $13 million increase in Vision Zero because, like all of you, safety is an incredibly important part of what we are trying to do to make a safe city. But in that motion in executive, what it did is that put that $13 million into a reserve to use if needed. That was the process we have, so it follows the policy, and I supported it for that reason. All of these items here, I do not support. Listen, first of all, a number of these items now, except for Councillor Perks' item, which is number 3, which is really a local issue that he's trying to insert, I really do not support that at all, but all of these, because they come from the Capital Financing Reserve, I cannot support. What we need to do, and my advice to Council, is to do not support the individual motions, because Councillor Perks' motion is going to come up first, is do not support those. And when my motion comes up, support that, because what that will say is Councillor Perks' motion, we're not necessarily killing it permanently, because it's going to go off to the 2019 budget process, which it should be. These are items that need to be part of a process. I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no to these, because some of these I could support, but they need to be supported in the right process, which is the budget process coming in 2019. So again, just to repeat with my last 30 seconds, is I would appreciate you do not support Councillor Perks' motions 1, 2, and 3. You do not support Councillor Fragadakis and De Beermaker and Fletcher. But you support my motion. All that is doing is moving those motions to the budget process in 2019. Thank you.
It's not going to be spent this year anyways.
Okay, we do have questions for you, Councillor Matlow.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the mayor's request for the $13 million. Is that not also funded by the Capital Financing Reserve?
Where the distinction, Councillor, is it has gone into, so in the motion, it goes into a reserve. So it's actually, all these other ones say, don't put them into reserve, but go off and spend the money, utilize the money. What this one is saying, go into a capital, into the reserve, which is we're supposed to be doing, and if needed, to spend that. Now, we have heard through the questions.
Hold on, so I'm confused. So the way that the media interpreted the mayor's motion was that there would be $13 million spent on road safety, on implementing Vision Zero. Are you saying that's not true?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
That's what I heard you say.
No, I'm saying it's going to be sitting in a reserve, and if needed, and my hope is it will be needed, but it is sitting as part of the process in the reserve when it is needed.
So you're saying that the money will sit there and use it if needed, but it may not be used?
Well, again, Councillor, as you heard through the questioning of staff, staff had indicated that, I mean, they may or may not get to that. They will get to that, but it may not and happen in the 2018 or 2019 process.
It's just it's a different interpretation than certainly how I heard it through the media, although I hear what you're saying, and I don't doubt what you're saying. The other thing is, if you believe that all the other requests should be put towards consideration in the next budget cycle, should the mayor's request not also equally be considered through that cycle, given that you know, they're all asks of funding that could be used on a capital priority.
As I said, Councillor, I did support the $13 million for the Vision Zero, and let's bring it up to $100 million. That is sitting in a capital reserve as part of the motion, and to be used if needed. That is a different context of as I understand, these motions that I've moved here, because they're not sitting in a reserve to be used if needed. They're sitting in to do.
But it's still money from the variance, right? So, you know, the mayor has an idea that he wants it to go one place, a reserve. Councillor Perks has an idea that money should go somewhere else, and you know, everyone's got their idea of what the priority is. Why should if the mayor asks for it, why should that be separated out and then approved, and then other members of council who are also asking for that variance money to be used for capital priority with respect to road safety, why should that be kind of moved into the next year's cycle? Why shouldn't they kind of either all be considered today or all be put into the package and sent to the budget process if your argument around due diligence and due process is correct?
Councillor, let me repeat, and again, when the mayor's motion that I did support an executive went through finance, went through the appropriate staff, they looked at this and said they support, well, whether they support or not, that this has to sit in a reserve. It actually follows the policy that we have outlined to have the money, the funds to be sitting in a capital reserve account. So it is sitting there, and it will sit there until such a time that they can utilize and use it. That brings it up to from 85 or to approximately $100 million. It'll be sitting in the reserve as part of the policy.
Three minutes is up. Thank you. Councillor Perks, clarification, please.
Thank you. If I could ask the clerk to put up the executive committee recommendations on this, number 1 and 2. So I'm looking at this, and I'm reading it closely, and I can't see where the money is being allocated to a separate reserve. Could you show me?
Well, Councillor, I'm looking at that, and when I did speak with staff, it will be sitting in and unfortunately I don't have the ability to ask staff, but out of that direction, that money will be, that extra $13 million will be sitting in a reserve account until such a time that it's spent.
I understand you spoke to staff. I've spoken to staff about mine too, and my understanding from staff is that the motions that I moved would similarly keep the money in the capital reserve, just as happens here. And if they were able to spend it within the 2018 year, they would. If they were unable to, it would remain in the reserve to be drawn as necessary. Can you show me in this motion what language is different from what I did?
Well, Councillor, as I said, when I spoke with staff, unfortunately, and I'll repeat, I don't have the opportunity to speak with staff. I'm looking at making sure that we follow a proper process with regard to the capital finance bill. I'm not saying no to your items. In fact, you know.
No, I'm not asking you whether you're saying no to my item. I'm asking a very specific question. My motions, all 3 of them, said that the money was to be drawn from the capital reserve based on surplus from the 2018 budget. Exactly the same as what is in the mayor's motion here that was approved at executive. There is nothing in the direction that this council will be making to staff that is different in my motion than the direction that, if we vote yes to the executive committee recommendation, will happen. They're identical. Can you show me any difference at all?
Well,
in the actual motions council will pass, the actual directions to staff.
Councillor, I appreciate what you're trying to kind of get me to say, and I understand when you're looking at them with respect to that. What I'm saying now is, knowing full well that I support the $13 million because it's important, I'm looking at these items going, they need to be looked at as part of the 2019 budget process.
Okay,
that
so
is my ask.
The distinction is not that the money sits in a reserve. And by the way, the motion moved that executive says immediately. The distinction is that I didn't hold a press conference announcing $13 million, but rather I moved a motion here at council. Is that the distinction?
Well, again, council, I appreciate that.
Okay, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, we have time just for one more questioner. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Oh. Yeah, I just had a question with regard to number 2. So if we have smaller fire trucks and smaller garbage trucks, there's going to be an operating impact because we're going to need more garbage trucks, and we're going to need more people driving those garbage trucks. Will that be part of the report?
Well, listen, it's going to be going into, what I want to do is put it as part of the 2019 budget process so it can be looked at more thoroughly and properly. I don't feel that particular item is, there may be more impacts, but I don't know that at this point. I just want it part of a proper process.
But you recognize that that's a necessary thing that would happen. If you can't collect as much garbage, we're going to have to buy more trucks and we're going to have to hire more staff.
Yeah, I recognize that, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you to the Budget Chief. Considering you cannot differentiate between the Mayor's motion and where the funds are going versus the Councillor's motions and where those funds are going, why is it that you're only supporting the Mayor's motion and not the individual Councillor's motions?
Councillor, first of all, I'm not, other than Councillor Perks, the part 3 of Councillor Perks' motion, which is very much, in my perspective, a local issue, and I could just imagine if all of us had done motions on local issues, we all have them, that would have eaten up the $190 million just like that. What I'm saying is I do not support the other ones, because when I look at them, I'm going, you know what, I could support them under the right process. That is why I am directing them to the budget process. I had the Vision Zero $13 million came from executive. At executive, that was the one motion that I felt, again, with Vision Zero, I support. I didn't, understanding that once that motion was moved, it would open up some floodgates, it would open up some gates to do a lot more. I knew that, and that was one of my concerns. So what I'm doing now is pulling back, understanding that I support the $13 million for Vision Zero, but we need to follow the process of these particular ones. That's all I'm doing right now, is saying put it into the right process and go through the right process. We could support all of these or none of these. I don't know.
Okay, I think he's clarified that.
Well, I guess I'm still confused. Like, is the proper process for us to have, I guess, declared the intention to do something in any type of public forum, move a motion as the Mayor has done at the Executive Committee, and then that would be the proper process. The only thing that we didn't do was hold it in a public manner and make a public announcement, send out a press release, and then move the motion. I guess I'm just trying to, I agree with Councillor Perks, we're one step missing from what the Mayor did, and he held a press conference, which none of us did, but we all recognize that there's a critical need in the city that needs to be addressed, and I just want to make sure that we're not politicking simply because we're not the Mayor.
Okay, now, Councillor Wong Tam, that's not clarification of the motion.
Okay,
You've gone through that, please. Okay.
We're not the Mayor. That sounded
all right, Councillor DiCiano.
You're up, Justin.
Yeah, because we have to recess in 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm just going to reiterate to Councillor Crawford that I will be supporting your motion because of it's going to bring forward the right process. But just to clarify your concerns with Councillor Perks's motion, the $13 million announced in the press conference by the Mayor was going to spend the $13 million this year. Is that correct?
As I understand, yes.
Okay, so the assertion from Councillor Perks that his motion is identical, given that number 3 says he's going to spend money in 2021, is spending money this year and tying our hands for future political bodies, is that identical or is that different? Because the way I see it is it's tying people's hands. It's not an identical type of strategy in the motion.
Well, Councillor, as you know, I do recognize and I do agree with what you're saying, that it is different. And I understand where Councillor Perks is coming from. I get that. I mean, I do get, they look very identical. That motion I supported in executive, and going back to the purpose of why we are Vision Zero, I support that, and I want to support more. Really would love to support more. But when I start seeing today that motion after motion after motion, whether I support them or not, is getting so much farther away from a process we need to follow, we actually have to rein it in. What I'm saying today, I'm not saying I don't support some of these. I'm saying we have to pull back, we have to put it back into the proper process, which was, when I spoke with the Mayor, we need to follow a proper process. So I am saying we need to look at a proper process with these items here. Just put them in the 2019 budget process, and let's see what happens to that process.
And the reason for that, it wouldn't be a big delay, because are we even capable of spending this kind of money in the next 5 months?
Well, again, as the questions that came out from other councils when they were talking to staff, there would be some challenges, as I understand from what staff had told us.
Right. Okay, thank you. That's why I'll be supporting your motion.
Mayor Tory?
I would like to move that we finish this item, and that I think it would be a more efficient use of our time, and we've got everybody questioning and speaking as well they should, but we finish it and have the votes and get it done, as opposed to taking a break now and then coming back and starting over again, which I guarantee will extend this thing. So I would like to suggest we do that.
Are you suggesting that we finish the item and then take
Finish
our break?
this item, and as far as I'm concerned, after that, because I know how long it's going to take given the list that exists here, we could just go home after that, but I certainly think we should not interrupt dealing with this item, and we should finish it, but you can put that to the council and see what people think.
Okay, but just hold on. Councillor Cressy had to go to a meeting, and he asked me, will the vote be done after the dinner break? And I said yes, because we were going to recess. So if we want to continue with the questions and have the mayor speak, but wait for him to come back to vote, because it's not fair that I've told him that we were going to break at 6 o'clock and that he was going to miss the vote. So Mayor,
I could respectfully suggest we could communicate with him, but we were due back at 6:30 anyway. Right. And so if we won't vote before 6:30, we can accommodate him to that.
We'll probably won't finish the questions or speakers till 6:30. All right, as long as it's just that when I've made a promise to him, and it's not fair that, you know, yeah. Okay. Okay, just one sec. Councillor Palacio, I know you're up next, but I've got a point of orders. Councillor Councillor Shiner.
Madam Speaker, so clarification of the mayor's motion then, is it to complete this item without a dinner break, and then we are finished for the evening? Because I believe that's what you had suggested, and it makes sense.
Madam Speaker, through you, I think it'll take us long enough, if you're being realistic about the questions and the remaining speeches and the votes, of which there are a lot of votes, that it will by then be 7-something, and we could call it a day. But I don't care about that. I'll stay.
No, but I just have to know what the motion is, because I support that without the break.
I would suggest that, yes, but
Okay.
I don't want to have the extending fail because people don't want to leave at 7. I can't imagine people who don't want to leave here at 7:15 or something, but nonetheless, that's what I would suggest.
Okay.
So let's just finish the item and then vote at 6:30.
Okay, please, one at a time, Councillor, please. Yes, Deputy Mayor Minimum.
Not to complicate things, but we've got hydro staff here. Can we have some understanding of when they might be invited back, when they should be back here again?
Well, the motion was that we're going to go home.
No, but they're here now, and I'm just wondering, is it going to be dealt with tomorrow at some point in time?
Well, the motion was, the motion that was made is that it was going to be later.
Okay, I'm just trying to help.
Yeah. Well, that's what the problem is when you have, when members of council try to time items, we never get to the timed items.
All right.
So, Councillor Davis.
Just to be clear, because our screens show a whole bunch of people who have already asked questions.
Yeah, I know they
We
have.
only, just to be clear, we only have 2 questioners and no more speakers. Is that correct? Okay, so there is 1 questioner left. Who's that?
The mayor.
Ah, okay. Well, then we should be finished and just move on. Let's just keep going.
Okay, just a sec. Do you know, like, everybody is speaking at one time, please. Well,
Which is 5 after 6 anyway, just to finish this item, and then we can decide what to do after that. I thought it made sense to do both at once, but let's just finish this item and agree to do that. We're past 6 o'clock anyway.
okay, but... Okay, okay, can I please have some quiet in the council chambers rather than everybody scream at the same time? The problem is that the clerk, staff need a break. And for them to continue without their break, there's an issue. So, if we're going to continue, we just finish this item and go home, like, is that, I'm going to ask the clerk, is that okay? You're okay with the staff? Well, that was the motion, Councillor Fletcher. What would? Okay, we've missed. Okay, we've missed the deadline to vote because it's already 6:05. Because we just debated back and forth, we lost the opportunity to vote on that motion. If I can have members of council to please come to the council chambers. If I can ask members of council to please come to the council chambers. What's that? Members of council, please come to the council chambers. Okay, here's Justin.
Because it's you.
We need one more. Okay. Thank you. We have quorum. If I can have members of council take their seats. This meeting is now resumed. Before the recess, City Council was debating item EX 35.26 on the operating variance. Before we return to that item, I would take the release of holds. If I can ask members to please sit down. Councillor Ainsley, please. Everyone, please take their seats. Do we have any releases of holds? Councillor Shiner, you have releases?
So if I have a moment to get to it, there was an item in planning and growth. I'm in the C's.
It's on page 6, PG 30.10.
Yes,
Yes,
I can release that.
okay. On page 6, PG 30.10, Toronto Local Appeal Body. Who? Okay, then if you can speak to Councillor Shiner, then please, Councillor Fragadakis. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, Speaker, on page 6, PG 30.5, Unilever Precinct Planning Study, Secondary Plan and Planning Framework, and East Harbour Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, final report. We got a very substantial supplemental yesterday, and I'm very pleased to move that. And simply also, I don't think our chief planner is here, through you, Mr. Lintern, to thank the staff and to thank in particular Carly Bowman and everyone who worked on this very large 68-acre rezoning master plan, a job center for the City of Toronto, beautiful public realm, depending on the road development of the river mouth, and also the smart track station that will be there. It's an amazing amount of work. It's transformational, and it was an excellent process all around, and I do want to have a real shout out to all the staff that worked on this, as well as the developer who's not here, but was here yesterday.
Thank you.
On that, please.
Okay, on the amendments, Councillor Fletcher, recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Councillor Holliday, please. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Burnside, please.
The amendment carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Okay, item as amended, on favor, carried. Yeah, just a sec. There's more names. Okay. On page 3, I held down EX 35.17 just for staff because we're waiting for a supplementary report, so I'll just release it. Oh, can somebody do that for me? Okay, Councillor Ainsley, release the supplementary report and, okay. On favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor. Oh, okay. All right, okay. It's been carried. All right, Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, on once is funny. Actually, a lot of times it's funny.
Okay, Councillor Mihevc.
Page 5, bottom, planning and growth, PG 30.3, zoning amendments, Eglinton LRT.
Yes.
And Finch West LRT. I'm happy to release that.
Okay, so on page 5, PG 30.3, count.
Oh, Maria.
You have a problem?
Amanda.
Okay, Councillor Jamari would like to continue holding it.
That pretty much sums it up.
Okay, it's not a quick item. Pardon, Councillor
Another one?
Mihevc?
Yes, thank you. On page 4, one-time funding from the Ministry of Health, EX 35.46.
Okay, you're releasing that?
Yes.
Oh, that's timed.
I know, but frankly, we're good. We're good.
We're all happy.
Is everybody okay with it, even though it was time for tomorrow? Okay, we're fine.
Record the vote.
Okay, yes, on page 4, EX 35.6, Councillor Mihevc is releasing. All in favor? Recorded?
Councillor Fillion, please.
The item carries 32 to 4.
Okay. Councillor Shiner, you,
First, I had some other items.
okay, just one sec. What is it? Okay, so that item had to be dealt with the Board of Health item, which is on page 4 HL 27.1. So if we can vote on that as well. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please.
Councillor DiCiano, please.
The item is adopted 34 to 2.
Okay, Councillor Shiner.
So, Madam Speaker, I did have some additional releases before, first of all. On page 8, CC 4311, request for direction of Local Planning Appeal Tribunal Appeals of Official Plan Amendment 231 on land use compatibility and mitigation issues. I am happy to release that.
Okay, on page 8, CC 4311, Councillor Shiner is releasing. On favor? Carried.
And I also had another one, Madam Speaker, on page 3. I had held EX 35.9, Bill Toronto Annual General Meeting in 2017 audited final financial statements. I held it simply to make a comment or two if I could have a moment, as it's their last report, and then I can release it. And it was simply to express the thanks of all my colleagues that have served on the board of Bill Toronto and the members of the board that were there and all the staff there for the absolute terrific work that they did over the past 3.5 years. Now they are CREATO, but all of you that have worked with them have seen the cooperation and the willingness to work with every member of council on all the issues that are in their ward, their ability to bring forward some wonderful city building in particular. They addressed the challenge of 1,000 affordable housing units, and they've delivered over 800 of them. And they've done that still by delivering the dividends of $25 million a year for the past 3 years, something they never did before that. And that's the basis for CREATO, but that is a slightly different organization with some different models. But I just felt it was appropriate for my colleagues that serve there and the members of staff and the senior staff there to express some thanks from Toronto City Council for their hard work, and all the thanks of my colleagues on council that worked with them through all the projects that they had as well. Otherwise, I'm prepared to release the statement.
Okay, on the item that's on page 3, EX 35.9, all in favor? Carried. Recorded.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Shen.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Fillion and Councillor Mihevc, please. Councillor DiCiano, thank you.
The item is adopted unanimously, 37 in favor.
Okay. Councillor Shiner.
So I'm also up in regards to the item that we had time for 3 to 3:30 today, the Toronto Hydro Corporation annual report that's here. It's almost 7 o'clock. We still have to deal with this item. I'm talking with my colleagues as well. There are questions, and I cannot stay late to deal with it today. And I would like to be able to set a time for it tomorrow morning to deal with it and invite the representatives back then. Toronto Hydro.
Yes. So what time? Is there another item timed in the morning?
No, I was looking for the afternoon. At 2 o'clock. Mark? I can't.
Okay, we have four items timed for tomorrow morning, so we want to do it we want to do it in the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay, so pick a time.
2 o'clock?
2 o'clock, okay. Motion for 2 o'clock tomorrow, on favor, carried.
Thank you.
Opposed, Councillor Ainsley. Oh, did you want a recorded vote? Oh, we've already voted on it. Councillor Grimes?
We have all the hydro staff here. Maybe you could check with them to see if they're good for tomorrow afternoon, or they've been sitting here since 4 o'clock today. So maybe ask if they're available at that time. I mean,
why?
I've been waiting since 4 o'clock this afternoon, so.
But I understand that Councillor.
Okay, but maybe we want to check and see.
I understand that Councillor Shiner has spoken to the staff. Have you, Councillor Shiner, have you?
Yes, I spoke with the chair who
Yes.
said he's available tomorrow at 2.
Yes. Okay, so
Thank you.
we've already taken a vote. Okay, let's just continue and get this item finished, please. Councillor Mihevik, you're on the list to ask questions to Councillor Crawford. Councillor Mihevik?
Sorry, that was there erroneously, sorry.
Your name is on the list.
Take
Oh,
it.
you didn't want to ask questions? Okay. Oh, Councillor Shiner to speak. Councillor Shiner?
So, Madam Chair, I'm standing to speak in support of the comments that my colleague, Councillor Crawford, has said, and the frustration I think that he's having with the numerous motions today. We're talking about a report mid-year, and not even quite that, as to where our expenditures are at, and we really have no idea where we're going to end up at the end of the year. So I know that the mayor has an initiative, and we've all supported, to try and make it safer on the streets in the city, and that led to a request through executive to expend some money this year on an item that we feel is extremely important. But I think beyond that, the rest of the items that are there should have been dealt with in the budget process. Sorry, should have been dealt with. Councillor McMahon, could I finish here first?
Sure.
Thank you. You are. You can't stop talking. So I think that it's important to realize where we at in the year, what our priorities are, and not just try to adjust additional expenditures when we don't really know if they'll be there at the end of the year. I know they're all matters that are important to you, but you know, Councillor Crawford has a big responsibility when he has taken on the role of putting the budget forward, and the mayor has that, and I think that a number of these initiatives in particular, although I support my colleague on many things, I can't on a $10 million plan for one area. I think that we should be very cautious in what we add mid-year.
Thank you. Okay, I believe that's it for the speakers, so we'll go to the last speaker, which is Mayor Tory.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'm putting up a motion here that frankly shouldn't be necessary, but in light of some piffle that was sort of circulating from across the way that called into question whether or not this money was going to be invested and spent in 2018, when people should know better. I mean, every dollar that is allocated somewhere has to sit somewhere while it's being invested, in the notion that this money is going to be in a reserve account pending the expenditure is just people playing politics and questioning motives on an issue that's a very serious issue here in this chamber. So, having said that,
Mayor,
yep.
hold on. There is a point of personal privilege.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Sorry, after a kind of long-winded opening that we got there, his earlier comment didn't become clear that he in fact likened a colleague of his on council to an animal. I think he should remove that comment.
I don't
withdraw that comment.
Councillor Layton,
Actually,
there was
first
no
of all,
comment.
I just said across the way, and secondly, the word I used was piffle, which is, I could have said nonsense, because if you look it up, it has nothing to do with animals. It's to do with nonsense. But bottom line is that, My motion simply confirms, Madam Speaker, that this money, we would ask for a staff report back. Would ask for a staff report back. Did that, by the way, get taken off my time, that intervention about
No, I put your...
So look, no...
Okay, come on. Come on, enough, councillors.
It's P-I-F-F-L-E, piffle.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, hold on.
Yeah, sorry, Madam.
Let's just start. I thought that after our dinner break that everybody was calmed down. Okay, Councillor Layton, please. And I'd really appreciate councillors not get up and have an outburst. Okay. Okay, thank you. Let's continue. Now, okay, Mayor Tory to speak, and I'm starting your time.
Oh, fine.
Okay.
And I promise I'll make no more reference to the piffle from across the way. Madam Speaker, here's the important thing. We sat down when I was notified, and I find out these things sometimes a little bit earlier than might be the case, although I didn't know the exact numbers until the report that came that you all saw. And I felt it was very important, and indeed it's been acknowledged by a couple of the members here, that Councillor Davis, I think, did, and Councillor Perks, that this is an unusual thing, that we would actually take something that I believe to be a very high priority for the city. And in fact, the priority of it has become even clearer as time has gone on, and we have a number of times now, as you know, Madam Speaker, extended or accelerated the Vision Zero program, done it when we were told by the staff of the city that we could, as opposed to trying to fool people into thinking we were extending it and not really then doing it. And when the magnitude of the surplus became evident, I asked the question, and it was a very careful process, and I'm going through this because I want to distinguish it from some of what we've seen put on the floor of council here today. And we asked the staff how much...
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. There's too much noise here. Please. And that includes staff as well. Now, please, we can't hear anything in here. What's wrong? Okay, continue, please.
So we asked the staff, Madam Speaker, what amount do you think you could sensibly and prudently and actually get it done? What money could you expend in 2018? Very clearly in 2018, not 19, 20, 21, 2018. The answer that came back was $13 million. And I didn't have a precise calculation of that, but the answer that came back was composed of a number of areas that are kind of generally referred to in the motion that I think was in front of the Executive Committee. And so to me, that was a responsible way of going about doing something that was outside of the normal expectations of the policy, which, as you know, clearly just says 75% goes to the capital reserve and 25% goes to replenish other reserves. And I'll come back to the matter of reserves in a moment or two. But I just want to say that, first of all, I would expect, maybe with very limited exceptions in here, that people could take me, as the mayor, in good faith, that, first of all, I'm trying to treat this as an incredibly important priority, to do as much as we can, as quickly as we can, and that the intention always was, and I think it's very clear from the material, and I think this piffle that's circulating is just political games, and that is that this money will be invested this year in 2018 in road safety, in measures that our staff, our professional staff, say are going to make a difference and can be done within that time frame, because that was the objective. Now, I will vote on a variety of the other matters myself. I only have one vote, but I will vote for some and not for others. And they will represent, just looking at it, it shouldn't matter, they will represent a mix of councillors from across the spectrum that have put them forward. But my main criteria in doing it is, can it fit within something we can practically do this year? The amounts are, I think, somewhat relevant to that, and so forth. And I just think some of these much larger asks don't fit within that kind of careful calculation that we did to arrive at the $13 million. It wasn't a number picked out of a hat. It was a number that was carefully requested from our staff, given that I could have come in with $113 million. And quite frankly, Madam Speaker, if I'd come in at $113 million and proposed that, and by the way, the notion that was raised again that I did it at a press conference, I had a press conference simply because that day the staff report was being made public, and I wanted to talk about what was going to be proposed here. And it has no bearing on anything except, again, it's people who want to politicize this. I will just say that I want that money invested. I will do everything I can as the mayor to see that it's invested. I think this motion will help to make sure that the council has a report back in the next, at the next meeting about the plans that the staff have to spend it, invest it in 2018. The last thing I'll say is this on Vision Zero, and then just a moment on the reserves. And that is that I take this incredibly seriously. It's one of the most frustrating and challenging files, and there are a number of them that you have in the jobs that all of us have. But I guess I observe. I don't want to say I take any heart from it. I just observe a headline like the one in the New York Times this week about Los Angeles saying alarming rate of deadly accidents despite city initiative to protect bikes. And it's all about their Vision Zero program and how it's not achieving progress as fast as they might like. Or the letter that appeared, I think, in today's Globe and Mail from 3 people I've never met. But one is a senior research associate at the Sick Children's Hospital, another one's at U of T, a professor, and the third an orthopedic surgeon. And they say they're part of a network of researchers and practitioners working with municipalities across Canada to create safer streets. And I'll just quote what the second paragraph of their letter says. Vision Zero started in Toronto in 2017. It started in Sweden in 1997. In 21 years, they reduced road fatalities by 50%, in 21 years. New York is in its 4th year of Vision Zero, and traffic fatalities, although trending downward, have not disappeared. Vision Zero is not a quick fix. It is about long-term change. It took a century to build our automobile cities. Change is not going to happen overnight, and it's not likely to follow the ebb and flow of political cycles. Those are 3 people who are working for municipalities across this country on this, and that is what they've had to say about this. But I will tell you, I am steadfast in my willingness, in my desire, in my determination to find the money and to make the investments sensibly and prudently based on the advice of our professional staff to make this all get fixed as fast as possible. And I've now used up more of my time, all of my time. If you give me that 1 extra minute and 45 seconds, I will say simply this on the reserves. We heard a lot of stuff around here at budget time, and you will remember, Madam Speaker, that there was gloom and doom that was upon us, and there were notions of billions of dollars of problems, and the world was going to come to an end because we had used money from the reserves to balance the budget. And I just want to say, here we are today. Here we are today. We are replenishing those reserves to probably the healthiest level they've been at in a long time. And we balanced the budget, and we balanced the budget with an inflation-only tax increase, and we made very substantial investments, including the one we're about to make today, in additional road safety, but many other things as well. And so I would just say that we had all that stuff which was said. It's fine. People can get up here, obviously, and say whatever they want, but I think that what it proves is that we did what we said we would do. We've replenished the reserves, we've balanced the budget, we brought in a tax increase at the rate of inflation, and made significant new investments in housing, in transit, and many other things in this city. And I'm very happy that we were able to do all of that in exactly that way.
Thank you.
It wasn't. My mic wasn't on before when I apologized to the mayor, so I just wanted to make it clear I must have misheard. Plus, impressive vocabulary, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor Tory.
I thank the member very much. I had heard his apology without the microphone being on, and I'm happy to share some other words that other people call old-fashioned, but it sounded better to say piffle than other words I might have chosen in this respectable place.
Did it start with B?
Yes.
You have an S somewhere in there?
Exactly.
Okay, we're going to put the...
I didn't even want to say BS because somebody would have said that was impolite. I said I didn't even want to say BS because some people might have said that was impolite.
I was called Pitbull many times. Pitbull with lipstick. I think that Councillor Mihevc, who was it? Did you call me that when I was mayor? Or was it Councillor Davis? It was Councillor Davis, not Councillor. We had another Davis in York. Wasn't you? Councillor Robinson.
Yes, thank you very much. During the debate, Councillor Wong-Tam put forward a motion, and I asked for that motion to be amended to say that it be reviewed as by transportation staff in the context of the data-driven priorities, and the councillor agreed to that, but I don't see a revised motion before me to make sure that we're focused on our data-driven and we're getting to those hot spots, problem areas.
Which one was it? I'm sorry, I can't.
My
Yeah.
mic went off.
What was
It's
it?
EX 35.26.
No, but which motion that was
Oh,
going to be
the motion is
amended?
by Councillor Wong Tam. It's
Yes.
motion 9.
Yes. And what was going to be amended on that?
Transportation staff review this in context of the data-driven priorities, so that this is reviewed and looked at as an important issue, but also that we do it in context of what's happening across our city in the neighborhoods that we represent.
Okay, so is that amendment being done? I believe that Councillor Wong Tam did say when you asked her the question that you would take that as a friendly amendment. Pardon? Okay, so are we taking it or not? Like, let's everybody be on the same page here. Is she taking it? Okay. Okay. Councillor Robinson, Councillor Wong Tam will not amend it to your wording. So, yes, I know. Yeah, it's not the wording that she agreed to. Anyway, let's continue. All right. So the voting is on the screen. Yes. Okay, did everybody put their motions in order? Okay.
I even used the bingo method like you taught me. This is where we hear that you used to work in the
Okay, motion 2 first. It's a lot easier if you put them in numerical order and then. They will. Motion 2 by Councillor Robinson. All in favor?
I'd like to record these.
You want them recorded? Okay.
Councillor McMahon, please.
Councillor Crawford, please.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Councillor DiCiano, please.
The motion carries 34-3.
Motion 3 by Councillor Mammoliti. But Councillor Mammoliti left. I know. I'm just saying. Recorded vote.
Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 10-28.
Okay, Councillor Doucette will move to reopen the vote.
Guys, I've never seen one that was 0 in favor. Just saying.
All in favor of reopening? Okay, so let's vote again. I think people are going to change their mind now.
0, it's an option. It is Vision 0. This is the vote. Yes.
This is the vote.
Councillor Cole, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 6-32.
Okay, our next motion, could we put it up on the screen? He is redundant. Motion 4 by Councillor Holliday. can we, okay. Okay, recorded vote. I wanted to vote on it separately, but you couldn't.
Next it'll be the planning department. They'll all have to wear Burger King outfits.
Councillor Fragadakis, Councillor Filion, and Councillor Mihevik, please.
Councillor Kelly, please.
Oh, really? That happened?
Motion 4 carries 27 to 11.
Speaker, staff have just advised me there was a motion previously on Vision Zero where there was it was made to.
Okay, our next motion is motion number 5 by Councillor Layton. Recorded vote.
Councillor DiCiano and Councillor Grimes, Councillor Fletcher, and Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Doucette, please. Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please.
The motion carries 37 to 1.
Motion 10B by Councillor Fletcher. Recorded vote.
Councillor Mihevik and Councillor DiCiano, please.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor Layton. Councillor Perruzza.
The motion carries 35-3.
11 revised by Councillor Davis. Recorded vote. Do we need a recorded vote? Yes? Oh, I know Councillor Davis, that's why I said that. I knew you wanted one.
Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Fletcher, and Councillor Crisanti, thank you.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The motion carries 34-4.
Motion 8 by Councillor McMahon. Recorded vote.
Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Fragedakis, thank you, Councillor Burnside, and Councillor Fletcher, and Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor DiCiano, please.
The motion carries 34-4.
Our next motion is motion 1 by Councillor Perks. As amended. Three separate votes. Recorded vote. Sorry, Councillor Perks.
Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Burnside, thank you. Councillor Fillion.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Sao.
The motion as amended carries part 1 of the motion as amended carries 28-10.
Motion part 2 as amended.
Councillor Robinson, please. Councillor Fillion, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Crisanti.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Part 2 is amended carries 26-12.
Part 3.
Councillor Fragedakis and Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Part 3 of the motion does not carry. The vote is 15 to 23.
Motion 7 by Councillor De Beermaker. Recorded vote.
Councillor Robinson and Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The motion carries 30 to 8.
Motion 6 by Councillor Fragedakis. As amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor DiCiano and Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Crisanti, thank you.
The motion carries 32 to 6.
Okay, motion 9 by Councillor Wong Tam as amended. Yeah, her revised motion. It's on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Cole, please. And Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please.
The revised motion carries 32 to 6.
Motion 10A by Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Filion and Councillor Mihevc, please. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong Tam.
On the back.
The motion carries 29-9.
Okay, members, on Councillor Crawford's motion, 1 and 2 is redundant, and so we're only voting on part 3, and 4 and 5 is redundant. So we're just voting on part 3.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Mihevc and Councillor Filion, please. Mayor Tory, please.
Part 3 of the motion carries 36-2.
Okay, motion number 13 by Mayor Tory. Okay, just one moment, please. Okay?
Continuing controversy about this, and I just wondered if I could move an amendment to this, because it says within the next year at the end, and now people are claiming that won't be 2018. If it just says in 2018, rather than within the next year as a friendly amendment, then it's very, 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 very clear what the intention was. It's in 2018. So you just change it from within the next year to in 2018. That's the intent. That's what I said in my remarks. So.
Yeah, is that calendar year or fiscal year?
Stop it. Stop it.
Come on.
So I don't know if that's possible or agreeable to people.
Yeah, that's
initiatives in 2018. That's all I would say.
Yes. Define 18.
Okay, so the mayor is amending his motion. On favor, carried. Okay, so if we can have that amended. Okay.
Is that a PIFL motion or an
That's it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor Davis and Councillor Matlow.
Councillor Robinson, Councillor Cole, please, and Councillor Cressy, please.
Councillor Perruzza.
The motion carries unanimously, 38 in favor.
Okay, item is amended, recorded vote. Yeah.
Councillor Ford, please. Councillor Cole. Councillor DiCiano. Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Crisanti.
Councillor Perruzza.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 38 in favor.
So members, we have some members' motion that we want to introduce at this time, and then we're going to recess. Okay. We already did quick releases. Councillor Bailão.
Speaker, I have a couple of motions. So this is with regards to a property and costs that our services are incurring, and we're asking legal to look into it.
Okay, on favor, carried. Okay, you have a second one?
Yes, I do. It's to request for a pilot project on a specific intersection.
We just did those.
No, it's, this is for staff to study on what to do.
On favor, carried. Councillor Burnside?
Yeah, which one is it? Sorry, Madam Speaker.
The one that you're going to read from the screen.
Oh,
On the screen, there it is.
yeah, I'd just like to add this to the agenda. We have an agreement, but I'd like the city solicitor to attend to ensure that the agreement is honored.
Okay, on favor, carried. Councillor Perruzza?
Yes, Speaker. Yes, Speaker, I have a motion to introduce. I believe the clerks have it. It's right there, and it has to do with basically asking for a report on motorcycle safety.
Okay, on favor, carried. Okay, so that's it. Councillor Campbell, you have a motion to introduce the confirming bill.
I do. Thank you. That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 43 on June 26 and 27, 2018.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill, recorded vote?
Thank you.
Councillor Robinson, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Mihevc,
Councillor Thompson, please.
Councillor Ainsley, please.
Councillor Layton, when you're seated.
The motion to introduce the confirming bill carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw, recorded vote? Okay, members, if I can have you take your seats to vote, the last vote.
Councillor Robinson, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Mihevik, Councillor Cole,
Councillor Doucette, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Perks, please. We lost a lot of people.
The motion to enact the confirming bill carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Okay, members, we'll recess to 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you to members of council, the staff. See you in the morning. Good night.